money to your therapist, can you not give them to Mike instead so he can buy a new computer?
Sigh. Fine, it's fine. I guess, everybody? Hi, Uber. Hello, everybody. Morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever the world you happen to be. Crow Ravel streaming at a very odd time, but these are very odd times. Sleeping Dragons, hello, Burrito. So joining me on this stream is MikeHopley.
Hello.
The Farb.
Yo.
And Thomas.
Hello.
They are all exceptional FTL players in their own right, and they're here to help me.
Help.
Yeah.
That's right, help.
Help me play some FTL.
Yeah, it's a live coaching session.
Yep, that's what it is, I guess. I don't know, whatever. Fine. It's fine. I'm okay with this. I signed up for this. Be great.
Tons of fun.
So are we just doing the opposite of what Farb says? The problem with that, I will get outvoted. I mean, I'm in control, but I will. Yeah. Okay. So what ship are we playing? Did we actually determine what we wanted to give it a go with to start out with?
I don't think we came
didn't,
to a definite one, but we were looking at anything that might be a bit more strategically interesting, maybe more interesting in micro. I seem to recall we talked about some of the worst boarding ships or something like Stealth C, maybe Zoltan C. But also we could throw it open to chat so that they can give us suggestions and we can ignore them.
Oh, we're
Mike's
gonna
a real
That's not
streamer
fun to
at
play.
heart.
yeah.
Sorry, Dibrat.
Let's see. It is no. Gosh.
What would you like to play, bro?
NGC. You know, some people don't think it's that good. They think it's kind of okay. There's definitely a lot of strategic things about, like, do you want to win in Sector 2? Because you could just win by Sector 2 if you want to.
I thought you just won when you rolled it.
Maybe. I'm not as good as you, Farb, so we gotta.
Just like you win when you roll Linus B, I mean.
Oh yes, Mantis C was one we were thinking of as well.
Yep, 5 minutes into chat before we mentioned the Laney SB run. All right, that's great. That's
I think.
Mantis C.
Yeah, I think Mantis is fine.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. As long as we space all humans that we receive. We don't want to be infected with humanitis after all.
It's true. I think that's for any ship, though.
Can we stun bomb them while they're in the airlock?
What, airlock the humans that we get and then stun bomb them?
Yeah, just
Stun
in
'em.
case they try to leave the room or something.
Yeah. It's perfect.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we'll do Mantis C. Yeah. Let's do Mantis C.
What's you want to say what the ship name is about, Crow?
I'm pretty sure that's what it just starts with. Pretty sure that's just what
okay.
it starts with, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah. So I guess a little bit of a rundown with the Mantis C is it's a boarding ship, it's a 4-person teleporter, much like the Crystal B and Mantis B. In that regard, it has really bad weapons. Mike, Farb, and Thomas, no, they are not streaming. They're just along for the ride.
Yep.
I actually can't really stream at the moment because my computer is kind of fucked. Sparb does have a message up to point people to Crow's channel.
Yeah, that's about it.
How dare I say these weapons are bad? How dare you say these are weapons? It's a stun bomb and a lockdown bomb. They're babysitting Crow.
Also, one
Yeah,
thing
yep,
that
that's
might
what's
be
happening.
worth just thinking about before we even start is, do we want to aim this at sort of a relatively broad range of players? I mean, I know we're going to have a bunch of like super high level players in. Well, we do have a bunch of super high level players in chat, but I think it's maybe worth doing a little bit of both. I don't know.
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think we want to like kind of touch on how we see and think about the game too, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Okay.
All right. Go. All right, so the data that we carry is vital to the remaining Federation fleet. You'll need supplies for the journey, so make sure to explore each sector before moving to the next, but get to the exit before the pursuing rebel fleet can catch up. Our ship can only hold 3 augments. Top tip: you can only have 3 augments on your ship.
That's the type of info we're looking for.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's
There's those tips.
the best
I
insight.
thought about making a mod to replace them with like super obscure technical tips instead. Just
That'd be
for the hell of
sweet.
it.
Of course you did. Of course you did. So, all right, first let's take just a quick look at the map. Nice, we got a real forward exit location and no nebula.
Store scouting looks okay though.
Okay,
Yeah, it does.
1, 2, 3,
That'd be tired.
6, 7. We should be able to see all the beacons to try and find a store.
Yeah, it does look like it. And I actually think going to a store right away is pretty solid on the ship because you want the weapon buffer, right? And you have the pheromones to sell.
Shields buffer, yeah.
Yeah, what'd I say? Weapons buffer?
Weapons buffer. I don't know, maybe it's a strat
It's like-
I'm just not aware of, you know.
It's just deeply ingrained in me, I guess. The
Okay,
ship's controlled by 4 AIs, that's true.
so just a thought, just a suggestion is that we rush getting to shields 2 so we
Yeah.
can mitigate damage because we don't really have like weapons to interfere with the enemy weapons.
Yeah, I think that can be, and I think you're thinking about even going to, if there was a store here, going first jump, selling pheromones, I would guess.
Yeah, I
That
agree with
can
that too.
be a really good strategy on many ships. I think this ship is almost the poster child for it.
Yeah. All right. So
Mantis C for me is in the face tanker class, so anything I can do to help mitigate taking like any damage is something I want to do.
Okay.
With our experience combined, this run has a 300% chance to win. It has to. It's already won.
yeah, we don't even have to actually like do the run. Thanks everybody for stopping by. Do appreciate it. And again, everybody for joining me, and see you next year.
Later. See ya.
So why do you place the crew like that?
Oh, okay, everyone's still here. So why am I placing the crew like this? My idea, what I wish to do is, the Mantis C boarding wise has a lot of variants. Like auto ships, you're probably just going to board the Lanius, but maybe you want to board the Mantis so you can punch down weapons fast enough. And sometimes it's going to be really beneficial to actually board with all 3 crew. And the other thing is it's really nice to know what enemy ships you're boarding into. Particularly, the problem is pirate ships, right? Because like pirate ships, you don't know what their crew makeup is. And some of them can be really nasty. So we're running our NG from piloting so that it's going to land in sensors when we jump, so we can see inside. And then we can very quickly move them to the teleporter to help us board support if we need to.
Yeah, and I guess it's worth stating that in between jumps, crew get 2 seconds to move.
Yeah,
So-
the time for all events that take place during the jump is 2 seconds, and
Right.
one of those is crew movement. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
the
then you have,
NG
like,
will actually get
repair.
all the way into the manning position for sensors, but only if you have pheromones.
So
Wow, maybe we shouldn't sell them then.
It's pretty close without.
I'm just kidding.
do you favor venting below 50% on this ship? I don't. It's not one of the ships that I tend to vent on.
I think for me, and maybe this is a little bit of no pause coming in, but on certain ships, and this is a ship that sometimes I would consider it, but a lot of the times I don't, just because I'm like, uh, most of the time my crew's off the ship or I'm boarding with two or whatever, right? But like just flashing the doors open and dropping the O2 based on whatever fight I'm in is something that I'll do, rather than just like maintaining low O2. So I think if that, like, if a situation really calls for it, I think that's an okay strat to fall back on, except you're like losing O2 all over the ship. But it's like, I don't know, it's just something to throw in there right away.
I really dislike pre-venting below 50%, as in before a jump. There's just no need to do it, unless there might be. I don't know. Is there a ship where I do it? There are ships where I vent something. So, for example, cloaking on Crystal B.
Right.
But if you start a fight below 50% O2, then, for example, bad things can happen if your oxygen gets hacked.
Actually,
Yeah, and I was. Go
actually
ahead, Cole.
I had that happen on a stealth B run. Is I was doing the 50% oxygen, and I ran into an auto ship that hacked and then small bombed my O2 and crew killed.
So what I tend to do is, before I jump, I'm thinking about what my venting setup will be. And on some ships, the venting is good enough that you don't need to do any pre-venting at all. This is one of them. It's got tons of vents. But for example, on Stealth B, you can drop. How does it work? You can drop to. No, you can
like
vent the empty room from the top and
71%,
drop
right?
to, and then refill to 75%.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Something like that.
I have some numbers in my guide. Point being, you can then vent when you arrive and have higher oxygen on your ship when you jump. Anyway, shall we go somewhere?
I guess the last thing I was gonna say. So we talked about it's like getting to shields 2 is the like is what I call like our attempt to stabilize, our attempt to just like the best way to decrease our likelihood of dying on this particular ship. And most ships is generally to get shields up. There are exceptions. Yeah, Mike's guide right there. So that's how, like, in terms of like scouting sectors, we want to see every single beacon, so we either land on it or we're adjacent to it, so that we can go like, oh, like there's gonna be a store here, or that we know where it is. So if we get a store early, it can tell us how to spend our scrap on like every single sector. It's like, okay, well, we already saw the one store in this sector, so maybe we should invest in our ship before we get to the next one, because it's gonna be a bit of a haul. Or like, oh, we haven't seen a store, so we now know that these upcoming beacons will have one. And that's just generally like really important information to always have.
Yeah, and the more information you have helps you make better decisions too, just from like a very basic standpoint, right?
Yeah. Good luck, have fun, gang. Oh, the most fun will be had. Right.
And if you want to spice up things a bit extra, each time the stun bomb is useful, take a sip.
We're not going to turn FTL into a drinking game. Not.
Yes, we are.
We took
Oh,
a jump.
Do you have any
We
game
did it.
audio in your stream, Crow?
I'm sorry. What?
Do you have game audio?
Yeah.
I don't
I'm not
have
hearing
game
it.
audio through Discord, but I think that's
Oh, it probably doesn't matter if I don't hear it then through Discord.
yeah.
That's so weird. We're running it through OBS and it doesn't actually transport to sound audio.
Hey, one jump every 16 minutes is like 40 times faster than Mike normally goes, so like we're making really good progress here. All right.
We did briefly consider me streaming, if I had a computer that was better than a calculator, but yeah, this is probably a better option.
Are
For everyone's
are we going too fast for you, Mike? Are you okay?
I'll just try to keep up. I'll do my best.
Thanks.
One merchant sees me broadcasting a request for a mercenary ship to aid him. Shall we respond? Sure. Great. I was worried no one would respond. My usual carrier is late. Cargo of drone parts to a small station. Everything is small. Everything is small in this game. We can't afford to pay another carrier, but surely tip you generously. So we got 5 free drone parts.
That quest kind of sucks sometimes too, but the drone parts are great.
Yeah, usually I will just keep the drone parts on that one.
Yeah, because
there's the 2 variants. There's the one like this where you get drone parts and then the quest is kind of bad, and then there's the one where you don't and the quest is kind of worthwhile.
Yeah,
because it's like you can lose crew on the event, right? Or there's like the fight with the ASB or something, right?
there's like 2 different ASB events that can occur on this.
Yeah, so it's just like not usually worth going to.
It's like
These are actually some of the events we're talking about now. There's a few of them. They're some of the most complicated events to remember.
Yeah, I think this one is complicated just because there's so many different outcomes and the language is not always the same. There's like little variances in it.
Yeah.
Which is why a lot of people utilize the wiki guide so they have an idea of what they're doing. Also, I think like there is another version of this where like an outcome where if you have like they offer you scrap for your drone and it's like low scrap unless you have like level 5 weapons or level 6 weapons, I think, to threaten them with. Or if you have mind control and you can just roll like a stupid high reward.
Yeah, because the reward amount is a fixed scrap range.
Yeah, so like if you had, say, Slug C, it could almost be worth just going. Of course, it's Slug C, so you're probably going to win anyways, but you could just like go visit the beacon, and I think you actually can accept the fight, so there's actually like a chance to turn it down to avoid the ASB shenanigans. But yeah, and you can just get like 40 scrap in a Sector 1 jump.
Which is insane.
Yeah,
I
that's...
have a feeling it might be something like, is it 30 to 40 or 35 to 45 or something?
Yeah, it's
something
It's
like
a lot.
which is 2 times the amount of scrap that I got last entire Sector 1. Yeah, if you missed it last time, I streamed the other day, I did a Rocket run and I made 18 scrap in Sector 1. Good run. Appears to be a colonized
That
moon.
has to be a record.
Scans has been abandoned. Also detected an abandoned space station near the beacon. Move in to examine the station or stay near the beacon? We move in, correct?
Move in to examine is safe.
Abandoned a while ago. 8 scrap! We're on our way.
Yeah, that the 18 scrap is like the lowest I've ever seen, heard of. It's crazy.
That's
18
unbelievably bad.
Yeah. It's like so bad.
Well, I mean, I did get 2 free reactor upgrades, so...
Yeah, I mean, that don't buy you anything though.
It
And like, what are you gonna use it on Rocket to begin with too?
All right. Okay, make sure that we're moving our crew. This is the one of the things about high level FTL play. Like, trying to do consistent is like this little annoying micro, like having to do all these.
Micro. Sorry, go on.
I will turn this ship back around. I will go home. I don't have
Oh,
to
you
be
ended
here
your-
today.
You'll go wait
I
up
just
start.
looked at the wiki page because I'd forgotten about the weapons blue option until you mentioned it. The level 6 weapons, which I can't imagine having in Sector 1, but nevertheless, 55 to 70 scrap.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's a lot.
Holy shit.
That's gonna be the new meta. Is you get that quest and then you just upgrade your weapon so you can get 70 free scrap.
Even when you don't have any weapons, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right. What seems to be a simple nebula is actually filled with a good amount of debris from a brutal exchange between several ships. Yep, wreckage drifts, so we can investigate the battlefield. This is the scrap recovery arm blue option.
Man, all the value we're missing here.
Yeah. Only. We shall
Oh, I
investigate.
see. You're right. The perfect amount of scrap for Roque, 18 scrap. Except the store didn't have a teleporter, as I recall. I started watching this over lunch.
Oh. Yeah.
It's amazing.
I did have a walk away from the computer moment in sector 8, where something very bad happened. Could have stopped it, but vaccine. All right, investigate the battlefield. Oh, all right.
Verify.
This event often just does nothing. It's usually empty.
Okay, appears between the Federation fighters, world cruisers, blah, blah, blah. All right, so we got a Leto here. We know it's a Leto because it has drone control. If a ship has drone control in the first 2 sectors, it can only have a Leto. It cannot have an Artemis.
Because they're limited to level 2 weapons as the maximum.
So I guess that means they can only have level 1 powered weapons. Like, they can't have, like, a burst laser 1 or anything.
That's the reason. If you... one of the rules for weapon generation is the first weapon to be generated cannot use all of the power of the system unless it's a 1 power weapon.
Oh, okay.
And if you have a 3 or more power weapon system, then the first weapon must use at least 2 power. Which is why you can tell that it can't be an Artemis if it's in slot 2 in sector 1 or 2.
Cool. I mean, I knew I knew the rule, but not how like the game puts it together.
Kind of sidetrack here, but like that just little stuff like that goes to show how like awesomely designed FTL is.
Yeah, it's so well done.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Okay, so we got a Leto, we got a basic laser, we don't see a medical unit, which is nice. You can also, some people miss this, you can actually check to see what systems the enemy ships have by looking down here as well. In case you don't have, like, sensors to see inside exactly. But yeah, so you know what you're dealing with. Like, at the start of fight, sometimes there's, like, an option where it's like, oh, do you want to take this fight? And you're like, I don't know what kind of systems it has. You can be able to see it. So we haven't seen drones yet. Now, I'm not a no pause player, but like dealing with drones have to be.
But don't click off this before when you finish. Don't click off this because
Okay.
I have a thought. Go on.
All right, yeah. Because Farb would be able to speak to this more so as our no pause expert, and like
Expert.
Yes.
There was air quotes there.
No. Oh, I thought you were doing the whole egg thing with your alternative persona.
Oh, well,
Okay.
that too.
That's me giving you more credit than you deserve. I apologize. I will
It's true.
try to stop that from happening ever again in the future.
Thanks.
As a no pause player dealing with like drones, so like what I can do is I can micro pause, I can advance the fight a little bit, and then I actually get to see what the drones are, and then that drastically narrows the considerations I have to make. I still have to make considerations before a fight, like, okay, combat 1 is really disgusting, and, you know, defense drone 2, but like, as a no pause, you have to really just consider all those things and then be able to, like, go put forth those plans in motion. You don't get the chance to, like I said, pause and then go with the very specific solution to the problem.
Right. I see a lot of no pause players will see this fight, right? And they'll just be like, okay, time to go. Which, like, a lot of the times that's okay, but being able to, it's like what I said before with having information, right? All the information that we have right now, it's only partial. So what you have to do, or what you should be doing from a no pause standpoint especially, is literally considering like, okay, so we don't really have to think about defensive drones here, but it's like, okay, so what if this fight is a combat drone? What if it's a beam drone, right? And then kind of just go from there and have a set idea or plan of how you want to proceed from the fight after you start the fight, not necessarily like start the fight and then start to process all of this stuff, because then you're taking resources away from yourself in terms of like, what do I do to win the fight? How do I, so it's like you just have to, the more time you spend on this screen in no pause is your friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
All right.
So the other thing I just wanted to mention here is that because the NG got into sensors, we do actually see their crew. We see inside their ship. Now, I don't think it actually matters that much, because I don't think there would be a situation where you could use that information to decide whether you take a fight, for example. It could have a lot more relevance in no pause, though, because you have the information now, as opposed to just after the fight starts. But
Yeah,
when you're deciding whether to take an optional fight, even if you have level 2 sensors, you don't see inside the ship. Right? Am I imagining that?
No, you're right.
But we do see right away, and if you're playing no pause, I mean, of course we know what their crew are, because it's not
Right.
a pirate.
But yeah, exactly. It's when you don't know what the crew are, and that can get you in trouble sometimes. And like that's like a Crystal B thing that sticks out in my mind, right?
Yeah, I know. Crystal B is definitely like, if it's like a pirate ship and is a pirate ship with a clone bay, like that
And
is
drones.
that is so disgusting.
And you blindly board with 2 of your crystals, and they have 2 Mantis and a rock and a AP drone. It's like, oh great, this is wonderful. That's why we man sensors.
Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of things in FTL you can get away with not doing, and you just like inherently don't see like repercussions of it, because it's just like, okay, it's only like a 1%er chance that it causes a problem or something along those lines.
Right.
But to like win consistently at like the higher end, you have to keep shaving off those 1%ers. The 10%ers go away. The thing that kills you 10% of the time, it stops happening, because like you're winning 90%, 92%. Like those just stop existing. So you're just looking to shave off a 1 out of 100 run occurrence everywhere that you can, and then you're going to shave off 1 out of 1,000 occurrences.
And it makes it very hard to judge, because you have so little data available.
Right? Yeah.
So you just have to use your best judgment.
Like, not manning the sensors is a mistake. Like, not doing this setup is wrong, but I couldn't say to how wrong it is. Like, oh, that's going to get you killed.
Right, but I'm thinking
Right.
more of things that are less clear. So, for example, you're playing, I don't know, Rock B. How much scrap do you float before you buy a shields buffer?
Right.
There is no answer to that question that can be reasonably determined objectively without an incredibly large number of runs.
Which is like impossible to get.
Yeah, so some of the strategic decisions, especially, there are things that you can potentially test something if you do enough runs or partial runs, and I have done a bunch of that. But everything is always going to be limited to the context in which you were running your tests, and it just branches out so rapidly when you're looking at the strategy layer. And I actually think I really like that about the game.
Me too.
Because there are things you are never going to know for sure. And you have to use judgment, and you have to use this combination of analysis and experience and so on. So there's all these uncertainties. But you also have as Crow was saying, you have these things where it's pretty clearly correct to, for example, be doing this micro rather than not, so that you do have the engine sensors rather than piloting.
Okay, so breaking down the actual fight that's in front of us, it's gross. They have a missile, they have basic laser, and they have drone control. So ideally, it's like a DD1 or a DD2, because that's not going to have any impact on us. A repair bot also probably isn't that big of a problem, because we're just going to like try and kill the crew. We're probably not going to be breaking down systems. But if it's a Combat 1 or a beam drone, there's a lot of spookiness with that. And if there is an anti-personnel drone, that is also spooky.
On the surface, to me, this feels like a try to end the fight as fast as possible. And like I see it like there's two things we could do, right? We could just square up and fight and try to end it that way. Or also we can do the board shields and take 2 out once their crew gets in, so we can punch weapons down or drones down or something. But that's
I'd
with
like
the
to
missile
see
being
which drone they have.
what was that?
I'd like to see what kind of drone they have. That would
Yeah.
impact the decision quite a lot.
Yeah, that could affect it.
All right, let's again, we have pause, so we can do this. All right. Well, it's a Combat 1.
Okay, so a later into shields, then they wreck us. That's the downside here. So I would be in favor intuitively to end the fight as fast as possible.
Right.
This is one of the things I like about Mantis C, that even on the first jump, and it's not the most fantastically complicated fight, there's already a lot of things to think about here.
Yeah.
A big decision, of course, is whether you board with 2 or 3.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, and then Javzak said it in chat, but the other thing is like with just a tiny bit of micro, the Lanius and Mantis should be able to kill all 3. But
Yes.
the downside of that is the Lanny is going to not be healthy most likely for the next fight, and we have no way of getting their health back up.
Yes. Tricky
But-
because a single Leto into shields, and if you don't have the NG behind, you could be eating a lot of damage,
Right.
which would be pretty annoying. With 3 crew into shields, you can switch off
The basic laser
both
pretty
their
quickly.
weapons, but the consequence of that will be getting your crew quite low on health,
Right.
which
And
could
then I
be
guess
dangerous.
the thing, if we were doing that, is where the bombs come into play. You can lock them out to try to save as much health
Yes.
as possible.
But only once a bomb has been charged.
Right, which is not great because 3 crew punching on 1 crew eats their
So
health
there-
pretty
there's kind
quickly.
of- There's kind of 2 main, I think, micro tactics that are useful to know about on this ship. One is boarding with 3 and moving 2 out into weapons, and then rotating crew out who is getting attacked in shields, because otherwise they'll just die.
Yeah.
Then there's the usage of the bombs.
Right.
But this is quite tricky because if you try to board with 3, you are opening yourself up to some problems potentially as well.
And Yazar. Yeah, so the strategy that we just kind of discussed there is you would put all 3 crew into shields, and that's going to draw all of them to defend shields because they're going to defend shields. But then you can actually rotate 2 of your crew away from shields, and they can like try and punch down weapons, or you could try to punch down drone control.
And it's because the crew in shields have to basically honor their priority to defend shields. And since shields is the max priority, they won't follow to a lower priority room, so all 3 crew are forced to stay there.
To be exact, when you leave a room with some of your crew, but leave at least one in the room, the AI does not
Right.
does not release those defense tasks. So when you board with 3 into shields, it creates 3 defense tasks. When you leave with 2, those tasks are still active. So if you leave into a lower priority room, which is anything, then they won't follow you because they're seeing 3 defense tasks in shields and 2 defense tasks in weapons.
Right. And as soon as you leave that room, it changes. So you
Correct.
don't want
And
to
this
leave
is
the
also
room.
why the safety dance works
Right.
mechanically.
So then the idea is so you send your 3, pull them into shields, send 2 down to weapons, start punching down weapons, and keep a very close eye on your crew that's remaining here and watches their health declines. Then you're going to rotate your crew back into shields, one of them, and rotate the NG out. You need to always have somebody in the shield room. If the shield room is empty, then they don't have that defense priority that we were talking about, and then they just go and they'll defend shield. They'll go into weapons, and that's not what you want to have happen. And so that I don't know exactly how much system damage you can do in that interim.
Yeah, it depends on how many crew you have, in this case 3, and what their crew are, in this case 3 humans. It's a bit stronger on Fed C on the second board because you have 4, but you should be able to punch down both these weapons in that time, I think. You can calculate it if you really want to.
Right.
But a consequence of that is that your crew will be very low on health.
Yeah, and I think to touch on the whole, like, even if you punch down weapons, you can still take a boatload of damage. That's not wrong, right? Like, this fight can go sideways in a lot of different ways. Just one way to look at it, especially if you're boarding with 3, is the fight is always on a timer here. And it's on a timer basically because they have no medical unit to have to worry about. And even if they did, it would still be on a timer, but that timer's longer, right? So it's like, at a certain point, if we decide to board all 3 and end the fight, it's only going to last so long. Like, this fight can't go any other way than we board
Except
and
it
just
can if you choose to use that distraction tactic because you just don't have enough health.
right.
So if you're going to take the strategic approach of I board with 3, or even just 2, but I board and the fight will end, I will win it.
Right, and
Which is
that's
really,
what
really
I
useful. You also have to recognize that you can't combine that with the shield's distraction tactic.
right. It's got to be you got to be all in on ending the fight as soon as
Yeah.
possible, or you got to
Yeah.
be doing the other stuff. Because if you try to do it halfway through, when all of your crew are on half health and all of the enemy AI still have 80 health, it's very bad news.
Yeah. What I'm leaning towards here is sending 2 and safety dancing, because the safety dance is a lot more effective when you only have 2, unless you're doing the super fancy version,
Right.
where you hide, sort of micro the NG around, so they think you have 2.
So you're
but
saying
there's no need for that because we don't need the health pool of the NG.
Of the
We will
third.
win with Mantis and Lanius.
right. So you're saying
like
do
leaving
the
NG behind.
safety dance to get the 2v1, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can definitely win with Lanius and Mantis against 3 humans.
Another
So-
option is to board with all 3 into shields and just fight in shields. The ND will die quickly, then the Lanius and Mantis will finish off the others. I think that's the quickest way to end the fight, but I'm not sure if it matters compared to boarding with only Lanius and Mantis.
Well, yeah, it will be faster.
Yeah, so it's like the
bit.
upside of having the NG there is even if it's a longer window of doing the 2v1, you have the NG there to repair shields or still charge the drive if things get really hairy, right?
Well,
So it's like
would you use the NG to put them in piloting to try and run away, or would you put them in shields to try and negate the threat of the combat drone and basic laser?
yeah, I think that's good too.
We're never going to run away here. We want the engine piloting for the dodge or in shields for repair.
I would
but
want
we will
them
kill
in
them before we run.
shields for the recharge rate, but also because you have instant repairs starting.
Yeah, I like that too.
All right.
Fine by me, and board with 2 and do the safety dance.
And okay, so like the last like, would you board into like this room here so you get their movement, or would you board directly into them to start the fight as soon as possible?
Not a whole lot of difference. I'd probably pick the empty room, but I don't know. Actually, there's not a whole lot.
If we're being like super optimizing here, you could board into drones and then start charging their punches up, and if it looks like they're going to punch the system, you just move them a little bit. So it's like, I don't know how like in depth we're trying to get on that side of things, but maybe it's still worth like talking about, I guess.
I feel like the delay is not worth it there. I don't know. Hard to say for sure at that level of detail, but I think I like the empty room because you don't get attacked immediately. A big thing with the safety dance, which you guys will know, but maybe some people in chat might not, is you want to board as far away from the pilot as you can when they have a 3-crew ship, because you'll get better rotations. They'll take longer to walk to piloting.
Right, so what you're doing there is trying to maximize your 2v1 fight time.
Exactly.
All right, so NG is going into shields so that we have the shield charge rate buff and the immediate fixing of shields. Our goal is to try and end the fight as quickly as possible, which means that running away isn't really in the cards. Like that's just takes the fight longer because we can win with just these 2 borders, and maybe there will be opportunities with like use from stun bomb, but probably not.
For example, if it goes badly, you might send it into drones.
Yeah.
Right.
So one thing yeah, and again, this is FTL. There's like all these considerations to have. Like there's a lot of it you can kind of just ignore, and some of like, I just shoot him in the weapons, because just generally shooting him in the weapons is going to be good. And something like, well, if the drone was a threat, couldn't you punch down drone control? They could have a buffer point actually in drone control.
Yep.
They could be like they'll often. I shouldn't say often.
Actually,
but, like,
they can't,
Oh, this ship can't have it?
because you have vision of them.
What?
So if
What do you
they
mean?
had a buffer in drone control, they would be using it for another drone.
Really?
Yeah, well, they have to. The only reason you get an actual buffer is that there aren't any drones that can fit in it. So, for example, if you have an auto assault in Sector 1, and it will have either drones level 2 or level 3. If it rolls level 3, and it then say rolls a combat 1 like the one that we've got here, then it's now going to try to fill the remaining 1 system bar with a 1 power drone, but none of them exist because it's not allowed to have things like system repair drones. Riggers and disruptors can have repair drones and anti-combat drones, so they will never have an unused buffer.
Oh. Alright. I did not know that.
Oh, the other thing about this fight with regard to the stun bomb is that it's useful to know the weapon slots on enemy ships. So if you put a stun bomb in their weapons, it's we know that the missile isn't going offline.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because riggers are reversed in their weapon orders.
This is
That's
1
slot
and
1.
this is 2.
And ion damage, just like on your ship, it takes on offline weapons on the right side first. On the higher number slot.
Okay. Alright.
Get me bored.
Yeah, we're gonna
We
board
did
now.
it. We started a fight.
I think this took
We're doing
longer than
something.
16 minutes.
What was that, Thomas?
I think it took longer than 16 minutes this time. We're behind
It did.
schedule.
Oh,
Jack,
Crow,
so
no
that
no pressure
is
on the fight, Micro, by
correct.
the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Only auto
Sorry.
assault will have a buffer in drones, an actual buffer.
Yeah, because every other ship will be able to fill it.
Well, the other ones are riggers and disruptors.
All right, so we're doing safety dance, which is every time we move to adjacent room, one of these crew that was defending will swap with the pilot, so we get some 2v1 time. All right, first moment of truth. All right, well, everything's hitting. We know everything's hitting because we don't have any dodge. It looks like we will be able to have access to a lockdown or stun bomb. Hey, Rakagak.
How's the run? It just
That's gross.
we just got hit.
All right, so we're committed to here. We don't bother repair with this because again, we're just expecting to win here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now that I have access to lockdown bomb, does that change anything for us?
You could, if you want, lockdown weapons. Or you've got stun bomb coming up soon, you could stun them all in shields and then go into weapons. That's an option. The other thing I stopped thinking about earlier with all the discussion is what we're going to do about our Lanius.
Oh, health-wise, you mean?
Yeah. I mean, I think the most important thing is getting through a fight well, rather than thinking about the next beacon, but it is a consideration.
Fair. Yeah, like at this point, if we do stun them all in shields, we can punch weapons down and then, you know, cheese the Lanny's health that way.
There are
Yeah.
some very particular timings that you can use with these bombs.
Not yet time yet, though. All right, so we do the stun bomb here. Actually, we can already start moving the Lanius because they're gonna just defend the room.
And then the
I find
Mantis,
it's
you
helpful to have them next to doors, so I can time it. Especially the Lanius, because they're a bit slower.
Yeah, stun bomb. Go away. Get banned.
I always wonder how, like, I'm sure it's a numbers game, but like I always wonder like how many times that actually works. But anyway,
They're not defending 3 in the shields.
it's because you only have 2.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm being a dumbass.
No, 2. We basically would have had to like jump in and out of a room to keep
Right.
the 3 together. But this is still, I mean, yeah, you could lock down here, and then we can just punch weapons down.
Because I'm concerned the pilot's gonna like.
Yeah, the pilot will get in. I think they might still get in actually.
Oh, gross.
That's okay.
Do I want stun bomb or lockdown? Probably stun bomb, I guess. All right. Well,
Yeah,
we're
stun
getting our
bomb has
2v1.
A little more utility here too.
The micro on this ship in the early game is super fiddly.
Okay.
I think
Where'd
at
you
this
go?
point, I think at this point it's try to do as much damage as we can to weapons here, and then go in the fight. Because they're still going to be stunned for a little bit, right? Probably not much longer.
With 1 point
Nope.
of damage into weapons, you at least get the option of taking the missile off a lot. Oh, not anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so we no longer have safety dance. Ohm should win this fight. Question is, will we run out of O2?
Would the
Really?
fight have ended if we'd gone in with 3 by now? Maybe. On the other hand, we did just repair shields.
Now if you run the... I was going to say, if you run the one of them into shields and then just punch them. Looks like it should be alright.
Yeah, so I had the mistiming, like letting them board into here. We could have had the missiles punch down. Slow B strat, yeah, could have worked. Yeah, so you're talking about the slow B strat where you just move the crew, like, height them into the room back and forth.
Yeah.
Alright, we took 11. Yeah. I am definitely not as well versed with my stun bomb timings as I should be.
No, that's alright.
With the lockdown bomb available,
Yeah, I also
another
could
way
have done
of
that
doing
sooner.
another way of doing it would be to time your lockdown so you get into weapons. But you kind of need to know the timings for that. Because it's the same as how, you know, how Crystal Crew or any crew can walk through a lockdown.
Right.
If they're already past the point where the door opens. I think I have a timing on that in my ship's guide. I actually don't have graphics for Stun Bomb yet.
I think that kind of fight goes to show how like sticking to one strat is really important, because if we would have tried to like do other things there, that would have got really bad.
Probably my biggest motivation is doing the most straightforward strat, as it seems very close to efficiency. I think, like, I get how that makes sense. Now that's my own fault. Like, it's like when I died on the Lanius B, there was some commentary about like how I died, and much of it, which isn't what I'm saying that you're doing here, and much of it was just like failure to consider a lot of really negative outcomes. And I think that's actually a kind of common mistake within FTL players, is there's like sort of an assumption that there's always just like this like bad RNG that's going to be involved, and they're just like, okay, well, we'll just do this, you know, we'll just board and then everything's going to work out okay. And then you're like, well, okay, well, what about this outcome? What about this outcome? What about this outcome? And they just don't even consider them. And so if they die to that, that was just bad RNG, when in fact they could have better planned around those outcomes. Like, if you're just going 3-inch shields versus a ton of really precise, difficult micro, it's hard to decide which is better. It's fair.
I think the more difficult micro is almost always going to be better, but what you're operating under is the assumption that you are going to pull off the micro flawlessly. So if you can't do that, then I think the answer is like the more straightforward, clear-cut path. But like, I think really high-level micro strats exist, and they exist for a reason, and it's because it is more efficient and better and I think there are cases sometimes where you do get the whole like it's really close and it's really hard to know, and that goes back to like what Mike was saying before about not having a big enough sample size to actually like have any clear indication on it. But I think
Well, in this
like
case, there's something a bit different though, which is depends on how deep you wish to take your FTL play on a given fight.
right.
But you can actually calculate this. You
Right,
can
'cause you-
calculate how long it will take to kill them, on average, or you can also do min and max if you really want to, if you were to board into shields. It gets a bit more difficult if you're calculating off the safety dance, because then you've got to account for the movement timing. So you'd have to make I think you'd have to make an estimate for that. But if you really want to, and I have done this quite a few times, you can look at a fight like this and go, I'm not sure which of those two strategies is better. I'm going to calculate it to the best of my ability, and I'll see what the numbers give me, and then I'll use that to inform my decision better. But in this case, doing the ultimate maximum micro win streak is going to lead to worse outcomes in my experience. I mean, that's a valid point. I would say it hasn't done in my experience. I would also say that you have to be really careful not to fall so much in love with your micro that you make life incredibly dangerous for yourself. So I think it cuts both ways.
So the thing I guess I want to add is almost all things in FTL are going to be like certain comfort level elements. Like when you're starting out, you're going to upgrade your doors because dealing with borders is one of the most uncomfortable things. And so having doors upgraded is helpful, and it will prevent you from losing runs that you would have lost because you got your crew killed because of a lack of execution with micro or knowing the correct strategies. And then as you improve and get along, then you're not going to do that. And so you are at certain points going to have to draw a line between what you are willing to partake, learn, or not learn. I mean, switching over to like the sensor strategy in Stealth B, I died a lot. I died a lot trying to get all that micro in and figure out all the precision and all the timing, but now I am far more consistent in Stealth B runs. But there have been times when like giving players advice on win streaks, and I think it's fair to say where they go like, look, I could agree that that's probably optimal, but that's not something that I feel comfortable executing while in the middle of a win streak.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And also saying this particular point, this particular case, it wasn't clear to me. Like, is it better to board with 3 and just end the fight? Is it better to do the safety dance? I don't think it's a clear-cut case. And you're going to find that a lot. And one of the things that I've observed all the time with FTL is that most players will assess things to be clearly one way or the other, even when they're not.
I agree with that.
That seems to be a psychological tendency. And this applies at all levels of play, from what I've seen. It can apply at all levels of play. I'm not saying it applies to everybody, but it does apply to so many players.
And I totally agree with Rakagak too. It's like right on the fucking head, man.
I recall having a discussion with Mike at one point after I had a stealth C loss, and Mike was like, you know what you could do is learn how the timing on the shield drone so that it goes up after the ion fires. It was like an ion blast and Artemis missile, but before an Artemis would fire. And I was just like, yeah, I'm not doing that. Nope.
To be fair, the reason
I mean, it's true.
I do that stuff is that I like it.
Right.
As much as and it's interesting, it's satisfying. And I think this goes back to what you said before, which is really, really important, that you have to play the game the way you want to play the game. You know, you can't force yourself to play in a certain way if you just hate it, or indeed if you're in a win streak situation and you're trying to force yourself to do something that you're not familiar with or you're not sure about, like Niazar was saying, you know, maybe reconsider, maybe just be a bit cautious in terms of when you choose to try extending your skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
So I went to a store, and you just go to the store immediately. I think, again, I could talk about, there's a, so I have, and I assume, well, you also have a guide about, like, your ship guides, Mike, and like, starting out. So I think, like, a lot of ships, to me, the first thing I do is I rush to, like I say, hit that level of, like, security or equalization where I feel like a majority of fights don't kill me. Where a lot of ships, it's getting just shields online. Sometimes it's a weapon buffer. Then, like, Stealth B is where you get the cloaking or engines on Mantis B. And players will, like, see a store and think, I don't want to go to the store to sell an augment for 25 scrap because I want to go to a store to buy things. And to me, you want to get to that, like I said, that security point as fast as possible, in terms of, like, increasing your win rate, because like that's why it's your security. That's why it's your first upgrade that you're focused on and getting taken care of, is because when you get to it, you're safer and less likely to die in the random encounters that occur. And a lot of players perceive that going to a store just to sell an augment for 25 scrap doesn't have the value because they're not buying a thing, or they're well, I can't afford a flak, I can't afford a weapon. And it's like, if you're selling an augment for 25 scrap, that is such a good Sector 1 jump. 25 scrap is a phenomenal reward for a Sector 1 jump. And like I said, it just gets
more
you
scrap than your entire Sector 1 on Rock A.
It is. And it's higher than the higher end of high scrap reward too, right?
Yeah, max is at 23.
23, yeah.
Oh, this would be a good time to talk about what Rakagak just brought up in chat, which is something I've thought about before. I mean, for me, the standard play on this standard opening on this ship, if I get the chance to visit the store early, is that I'm going to sell the pheromones and I'm going to sell the lockdown bomb, and that will leave me with 47 scrap, which gets me a shields buffer, and that's assuming it's the first jump. Gets me a shields buffer, and I'm 1 scrap reward away from the second shield.
Right.
You could sell both bombs. What do people think about that?
For me, I don't like not having the utility of something, and I am a fan of the 1 jump away, like 1 scrap reward away, while maintaining your utility of something, even if it is a stun bomb, which hurts me to say. But like the big thing to take away from that too is you still have more safety than you did before that jump with the shields buffer.
Yeah. Well,
Plus
what
you
about
have
you,
the stun
Thomas?
bomb.
What do you think about that one?
me.
The bombs allows you to prevent crew from reaching the med bay, for example, or take down a weapon, compared to just giving your crew extra speed. It feels like the latter basically does nothing in comparison. So
Right.
the first thing I would sell is the pheromones.
Yeah, for me, it's also definitely keep the stun bomb. I mean, you can use the 2 bombs together to enable tactics that are not possible without them. But for the most part, they overlap in their function. I think the difference between having one of them and having nothing is pretty big in terms of your ability to control fights.
Same.
And I keep the stun bomb because it's a bit more versatile. It allows ionization of stun weapons, and it lets you get through Zoltan shields in a million years.
Right. All right. So we're selling pheromones and getting our second shield bubble, because selling these 2 things doesn't inherently gain us anything that we need right now. Because I almost never swap off medical, and definitely on a boarding ship that starts with Clone Bay, like I can't really come up with a justification that you would want to swap to med bay unless you just have like Lanius, a bunch of Lanius, and you can't reset or something really wonky. But even then, that seems like super unlikely.
As I was saying, is there any way buying crew would be better? So, do you mean in this particular store if it had crew, or do you mean, say, on a first jump store, or maybe either of those?
I really, Scott Onesie Wilson was probably the first person to put the idea in my head that like crew are weapons. On like when it comes to 4-person teleporter ships, crew are your weapons. Expert. So like, you know, I don't think I would inherently get a crew over getting to shields 2 as fast as possible. I think that's better security, but again, that could be one of those things where you would need a lot of sample sizes to go like, here's all the fights that you die from if you only have the 3 crew, or here's all the fights that you die from if you don't have the shields, and how much of that is overlapping or whatever, and to say which way or the other. But yeah, like once I have the shield, then I would buying a crew with this kind of ship is just, it's a big step up in terms of being able to just end fights quickly and just dominate other enemies.
I think the resilience of shield upgrades saves you from more early bad fights than the tactical enhancement that you get from adding another crew.
Yeah, I agree too.
I'm particularly thinking of, nightmare fights, like you get a rigger with a heavy laser and a combat drone in an asteroid field or something horrible like that.
Right. Another thing that I was thinking about that I don't really know how like actually relevant it is in practice, but say you jump to the first jump store and you sell everything for crew, you also don't know how much scrap you're gonna get, how many winnable fights you're gonna have, or even just like how many fights you run into, right? Because like I know it's a very large outlier, but Crow's Rock A, where he gets 18 scrap, like what are you doing with the extra crew and only 18 scrap on Mantis C? Like you get 2 or 3 fights like we just had, like yeah, you have the extra crew, but I don't know. For me, I think I still go shields there too, just because it's like then you at least have the shields, you still have 3 crew, which is enough crew in sector 1,
Right, and I had a thought, then it...
It's alright.
That's alright. I guess I could do repairs. We can get 2 repairs, get up to 21, which is a nice amount. We have good amount of fuel. Oh, I know what the thought I wanted to share was. Another misconception I see is people are like, I had such a good Sector 1 that I can now spend money. Yep. I had such a good Sector 1, I can just buy blue options. And, like, you can, from personal experience...
Sector 1.
Yeah, you can just chain, like, the worst Sector 1s. I lost Unstealth Bee off stream. Sector 1 was, like, fine. It was like 120 scrap plus like 25 in freebies. It's like, all right, that's like a really good. I didn't take a bunch of damage. And then it was like 58 and 60 something or like 80 something in the next 2 sectors. And it was just like, I just didn't have the money to do anything. So
one thing that I've learned in my playing and watching FTL is that the only guarantee that you have from FTL is what's in front of you. So where you might be sitting on top of the world at 1 second, 4 jumps later, it can be a completely different game, right? So it's like, it all kind of goes back into that information thing, right? Like you only have so much information at the time and you have to make the right decisions most of the time with the information you have handy, right? So it's like, if I'm sitting and I have everything I want in Sector 1 and I still have 120 scrap, that tells me that like I can sit there with my 120 scrap and not do anything else, instead of being like, oh my god, I'm so ahead, I can go and I can upgrade my med bay or upgrade like whatever it is, upgrade piloting or something, right? It's like, no, I still want that scrap, because if I don't have anything else, maybe I only get another 150 scrap and I get snubbed out of stores, and then all of a sudden I'm sitting exactly at 230 scrap in a store that has hacking and cloaking. If I'd bought anything else, I don't have hacking and cloaking in that spot. I know that's like very specific and like super tailored to fit what I'm talking about, but these things do exist at many different levels of however you want to look at it, right? It's just like easy to say something and talk about it like that, like sick argument stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of goes into a lot of what I talk about, like in my FTL value video about budgeting yourself and knowing what you need. And it's like how the Rock A run, I got 2 free reactor. It's like, well, isn't that like 20, 25 value per the reactor? And it's like, no, it's something that I do not need until sector 4. Like, that's generally when I'm buying reactor. Maybe sector 3 if things were going really well and I had to like power all my awesome weapons and systems. But because it is not a thing that I need now, it's effectively worthless through 3 sectors, like the ones that are most likely going to get you killed. And
Right.
so worrying about like value early or you know, like, oh well, I'm up now, I'm just always going to be up. That's just an absolute fallacy.
I think having something like two reactors starts to have relevant gameplay value around Sector 3 in many cases. But the real problem with it is it's severely limiting your options at stores. That's not the where you want your scrap to be going at that time.
Right.
So, scouting wise, again for the sector, I'm gonna actually take these 2 jumps because they could be crazy. Could totally be normal jumps, but could be like the craziest jumps ever, and then I could actually go to the store and buy something. Like,
Sure.
maybe I could get hacking, or maybe I could get
Yeah,
a
and this
crew.
is the kind of stuff that you ideally think about if you are looking to maximize win rate. If you don't have a reason not to, you play around really unlikely scenarios that might go well for you.
That
Like, why
also reminds me too, is a lot of people will be sitting there making a decision and look for reasons to do it, which is like, okay, but a lot of the times the way that I'm seeing it is like, why don't I do this? Why shouldn't I do this? Instead of like trying to justify my bad decision ultimately.
All right. Well, I forgot to move my crew around. But we're.
How dare you.
Yes. Hey, Clay.
Happy Submas.
Welcome back to the Murder Most Foul. So, I feel like this is one where you just board with the Lanius alone.
Are you sure about that? Oh, you've got 2 shields already, haven't you? So
We do have 2 shields already.
Is it double? Hang on, that's one of them is.
Mike's still on jump 1.
One of them, yeah. I need another 5 cups of tea to get jump 2. Looks like. What is this? A burst 1 and a basic laser?
I think that's correct because this is a little bit more prominent.
Okay. So if you were, I mean, the Lanius, it's slightly complicated because the Lanius isn't in the teleporter just yet. But if you were to board immediately, then you would definitely take off one of those weapons before it fires.
Right, which would make it a safe fight at that point.
Yeah, and then you're thinking about maybe, well, what about my clone bay? Can a solar flare take it down? It could, but then you're thinking about what's the timing on that.
Well, yeah, so the solar flare taking it down would basically be that the solar flare would do 1 damage to it and start 2 fires, which is a possibility with 1 shield up.
And potentially, even if it's prevented, if you're really unlucky, it burns down anyway.
Right.
Really unlucky.
Yeah. But because I'm like the luckiest FTL player in the world, I pull out the rarest of rare occasions. You
Hey,
know?
bad luck is luck still.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
yes.
Also, when does the solar flare happen?
Oh, the timing on solar flares?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mike, when does that happen?
Yeah, Mike.
Well, I'm sure you're just using it as a rhetorical question, right? So it's every
Yeah.
28 to 34 seconds.
Yeah.
So when does your Mantis get cloned?
Oh,
Well, it dies in like 19 point something odd seconds, right?
Let's see.
Well, if you're instantly boarding, I guess.
it's
But
gonna
from
it's gonna be less than 20 anyway.
yeah,
right, because can't. So like, because see, that's how I play. Like, I wouldn't know the exact timing, but I would know it close enough because I know I can't bring back crew at 100 HP under
I mean, I
normal
can
seconds.
calculate it.
Level
You
1
take
teleport.
you can calculate it. They don't start taking damage until half a second after you begin the teleport. Because there's half a second on each side, as it were. So they're only going to start taking... Oh, actually, do they start taking damage in the half second when they're materializing?
I feel
think
like
they do.
no,
I can't remember now.
they
No, they don't, do they? Do they?
they don't start punching, right? Or is it different when it's system?
They start attacking systems in the half second materializing, but they won't attack crew. I'm now
Because
trying to remember if they take suffocation damage in that half second, and I feel like I should know this.
Yeah, I don't know for sure.
But you know, if you know that, then you can calculate it because it's 6.4 per second. But you don't even need to calculate it for this, I think, because they should be cloned before the solar flare can hit.
Are we?
Or at least they should finish cloning before it hits.
Are we
And
taking
it will take some
into-
time for the fire to burn it down as well.
Dribrats has got a good point. They don't start cloning the moment that they die.
Right, and
They
then I
have-
was gonna say, are we
Animation.
taking into account the movement here? Like, it's not much, right? But it still alters the
Yeah,
outcome.
so this scenario is now slightly different because Lanius isn't in the teleporter yet.
Yeah, crow.
So you can actually go and calculate the movement, and then calculate the amount of time it will take for us. You can work this all out. But
Yeah, you
maybe
can.
I should-
I left,
So this.
I left my slide roller at home, so
Wait, aren't you home?
moving on. So are we?
Oh, just to Dribrat's point, the death times for crew are actually different as well. Depends on the type of crew.
Because the animations vary.
Yeah.
So boarding 2, preventing in this is an exceptionally low chance of us losing a crew to solar flare. The other option is boarding just with the Lanius, and we potentially will take damage from these weapons. Thomas, why would you say that? So what are we leaning towards?
I guess the other consideration is what happens later in the fight. How do we win it? How is that different with one crew on board versus 2? Although the second crew is not exactly going to last long.
Right.
Is it a fight we even try to win?
That is always a good question to ask.
So if that's the case, because yeah, you're right. It would take too long to punch. It probably would take it too long to punch down, unless we wanted to like try and stun bomb shields and let the solar flares go faster.
What's the damage range for no shields and a flare? Or is it
It's
constant?
no, it's 1 to 2.
Okay,
No, actually,
that's
no.
what I
It's
thought.
is it 0 to 2? I think it actually could be 0.
When having shields, I think it's 0 to 1. but
Yes.
Without, it can
Yeah,
be
that's
up
correct.
to 2 at least.
Yeah,
Right?
up to 2 and up to
Let
5
me
fires,
double
6
check.
fires. Why not just hope for the best and have some more positivity? All right.
We don't do that here.
Yeah. Yeah, Neozar, you know what? I'm not going to time you out in chat. I think you know that you have to time yourself out, like 5 minutes. Find a corner, think about what you just typed out, and then you can come back and join the rest of the class.
So, did we work out that the Mantis always clones? Here?
I didn't actually calculate it yet.
Well, if the flare hits at 28 seconds and that's 1 damage, and what, 2 fires? I guess I don't know how fast 2 fires burn out 1 system damage.
They are equivalent to
Crew?
borders? Actually, I think they might be very, very, very slightly different. I can't remember, but essentially equivalent to borders.
Okay, so just call it 6 1/4 just because.
Yeah.
So that would be just over 34 seconds. And the animation delay is like what, 3 or 4 seconds for
Mantis, I think, is either the death animation.
yeah,
of the
like
crew.
just like high ending the whole process to start cloning from death.
Oh right. Well, the cloning starts as soon as the death animation finishes.
Right.
And the Mantis, I think, is 1.8 seconds. I think Rock and Crystal are 2.
Okay. So
Check that.
we're at, it's under 20 seconds. So call it 20 seconds just because, right?
Yeah.
Call it 2 seconds for the death animation. That's 22 seconds. And then we got about a second of movement for the Lanny to get there. Plus the half-second delay. So that's another 1.5 seconds. So that's what? 23 and a half
23.5.
seconds. And then it's... What does level 2 clone by clone at? I'm drawing a blank. Is it 9?
I
No,
feel like
it's
it's
not
9. Isn't it 12.97?
That's
It
what I...
is 9 seconds. Look at me, I'm helping out.
Oh,
Did
Mike
it.
Rowe's doing something as well on this stream.
Okay, so that's 32 and a half, right? So the Mantis is, worst case, always cloning. Right? Because
Sounds right. I mean, also, yeah, because the fires are not taking away 2 levels of clone bay immediately.
Right, and then
One.
the only other variable that we don't know is if they take damage in that 1/2 second, but that's only 1/2 second, and that doesn't put us over the 34 seconds, so
yeah,
it doesn't...
I think that's right.
So we're good. We're good with 2.
Think so. I've not actually written it all down and checked all the numbers, like if I was doing it. But yeah, I think we're good. Feels like we're good anyway.
Actually need to be set. Just need to be in the room. Yeah. Oh, do we calculate the fact that it's in the room with the Lanius, and that's like double oxygen deprivation
It's not.
on the Mantis?
Jesus.
Poor Mantis.
Bro, be serious.
Sorry. Oh, that's really good.
I hope we're wrong.
Well, we'd learned something.
Yeah.
Oh, here's something I didn't know. The sound effect for the flare happens 1.2 seconds before the actual flare.
Does the alert still happen at like 5 seconds or whatever, like it does for the other
No, that's the
stuff?
point. It's not. Oh no. Sorry, yeah. I think the alert is 5 seconds, and yeah, that's what it is. It's the flare happening sound.
Right, the like whoosh sound.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Gotcha.
2 fires in separate rooms.
For anyone in chat who's really interested in all this stupidly detailed stuff, we have a huge new resource from Xenix, who has been reverse engineering the game code for his fresh engine rewrite of the game. So if you look up Project Worm, actually, I'll link to it.
So it has 3. So the odds are what, maybe 50% that we take damage from solar flare, right?
I think we stay.
So we would be essentially trying to roll like 4 solar flare once or twice. Try and get a ship kill and a little bit more scrap. So that's like one thing, and the other one is like, so does it make sense then to leave the Lanius to punch shields to try and get that, or bring the Lanius back so that when we just jump away from this fight, our teleporter is going to be off cooldown?
That is a good point. The teleporter will be off cooldown anyway, because the frequency of solar flares is 28 seconds at minimum.
True. So we can always wait it out.
The other thing is, can the last flare, kill your Lanius?
No, it's true.
Right? So I think probably you're supposed to leave before the final flare kills the ship.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm just reading the documentation here. For each room a fire is started in, there's a 33% or 66% chance to deal a point of damage, depending
So
on whether
one-
it's 1 or 2 fires in the room.
Gotcha. So if it's 1, it's 33%. If it's
Yeah.
2, it's 66%.
And there's a bit of complexity about how the fires are distributed.
Kidding me?
FTL just doing FTL things.
All right, so it didn't take any whole damage, despite the fact it had no shields.
Wait, what? Okay, I suppose it's yeah. We all think that should happen, but if we actually look at what the code says, there's no guarantee that damage happens at all.
Right.
Right. I expected it to take damage.
Who really wants our Lanny taking damage here? Just had to be sure there, Crow, huh?
Yeah, you know me, being thorough. That's how I am.
So I think we pull the Lanny back now, right? Because it could take 2 damage.
If before the flare happens, yes.
Right.
Oh, the link for the
Oh yeah, sorry, link. I've got distracted. Here it is.
Okay.
Let me just check that link work. Lots of detail.
It's true.
I'll get right onto Zenix and ask him to put some graphics up.
Our Lanny didn't make it.
Arlanius did not make it. No.
Wait, what? I just missed that. I was looking at chat.
I teleported the Lanius as the solar flare was going off, and it did not make it back on board our ship before the other ship went down.
I'm assuming that you must have
It took fire damage too.
you
so.
must have delayed the teleport a bit, at least after the warning, right?
I guess.
Might have to check the VOD.
Sure. Like, I'm sure that I did.
Okay.
All right. So that was good and fun.
It actually like really doesn't matter, right? Unless the clone bay gets hit.
Right.
Yeah, it would have to be the clone bay gets hit, takes a
the
damage,
double fire.
and has double fires. And you get unlucky with how long they last, or maybe even how they spread.
Fair.
There's a lot of things that would have to go wrong at once. But we know that it's possible for double fires to burn down a vented system.
We just saw it. 2, 3.
We did.
Well, that was a level 1 system, though. But yeah, it would take 1 damage potentially from solar flare. And wait, do systems? Yeah, systems can get damage in the solar flare, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Two. Yeah. Gives ourselves like that chance that the store maybe a possibility. Yeah, energy's going up because I can't move him in time anyways. Oh, hi.
Hey, look at us having 2 shields and a stun bomb.
Okay, so question is what kind of bomb do they have?
As long
Small
as it's
bomb
not
or
an
ion
ion
bomb.
bomb, it's pretty much fine. So what we could do is just stack 2 crew in shields in case it's a small bomb and that creates a double fire. Because I assume that we let them run out of bombs before doing anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Then we make the decision if we want to spend the bombs to take down their shields and I'm bored or not.
Oh, look, it's the dangerous one.
So, can we flash shields here?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I should have been paying more attention to that, but yeah, after this fires the second time, we drop our shields.
And also have oxygen below 50.
Yep. 10 missiles, yeah.
In some instances, you want to depower your weapons to take it off from smart targeting. Not in this fight, but in general. You know, it's
Yep.
something that Burrito tries to do quite often.
So yeah, we're gonna flash our shields to try and take them off of the smart targeting, so the ion bomb is less likely to target them.
Maybe someone wants to explain what smart targeting is.
So, in hard mode only, there is actually a like targeting protocol that will take over that makes it more likely, or not more, yeah, more likely that the game will target systems on your ship. And what it looks at things is like, do you have power in shields? Then shields are on smart targeting. Do you have power in weapons? Then weapons are on smart targeting. If your oxygen is below 50%, O2 is on that. If your evasion is above 25%, then engines and piloting are on that list. And by dropping our oxygen below 50%, putting O2 on it, that it makes, and then dropping our shields, it just makes it a statistically unlikely that the ion bomb, if it is trying to smart target, will actually hit our shields. Did I do that
Worth
right?
noting that dropping the oxygen doesn't actually help at all if you were able to drop your shields. But there be some timings where you can't do that, actually, because the basic laser is too close. So in those cases where you still have power and shields, then the oxygen is helping to direct shots away. Which is kind of how it works on Stealth B with oxygen as well, and the weapons flash.
Or we just dodge all the ion bombs. You didn't think about that one, did you?
That goes to show how positive we are.
Right, the power of positive thinking always triumphs in FTL.
And the formula is on hard difficulty is that 50%, let's get this right, 50% of shots are targeted at a random room, which includes empty rooms, and 25% of shots are targeted at a random system, including subsystems, and the remaining 25% are the ones that are smart targeted or priority targeted. And that is on a per shot basis.
Right.
Alright, there's our 1 damage.
Yeah, and I think, what Once Upon a Band is saying, I remember Justin being like, there is there is smart targeting.
To be fair, Justin did the graphics, not the code. So maybe Matthew knew about the smart targeting.
Gotcha.
Well, I think Matthew might have been the one who responded to Chewbacca's comment when this was being discussed.
Yeah, that sounds right. And I mean,
Because
from
he said something like they were really impressed with how accurate it was, but
I remember
here's
that
the
too.
full details or something. And the full details that Matthew gave were not exactly correct, but they were closer.
Sure. I was gonna say it. I'm assuming it exists in what Xenix found, right?
I don't think Xenix has done smart targeting yet.
Oh. Didn't know.
I can check.
This is it.
I guess we need to talk about how many bombs are we likely to have to use to get their assault and shield down.
Look, Neozar says 5, so it's got to be 5
Five
or
would be pretty
3.
bad.
Yeah, I meant 3. I was thinking 5 assault and shield damage or whatever. It's got to be 3.
That's assuming that we hit every shot.
Power of
You have
positivity, man.
19.
Sorry, I forgot about that.
I think it's worth. Just because I mean, even if we do use 5 bombs here, that's still 14. And if we're looking at it like we're seldomly using what we have, and if we're able to transition to a bomber missile that we are using, still like 14 is fine.
Okay, so we've
Yeah, I
run out of
totally
bombs.
agree. Just worth talking about. And
Yeah.
then I guess we board with 3 persons, send a couple into shields, and
Oh yeah.
make sure that both their enemies are targeting one of our guys in shields while to punch down the med bay. Or I guess maybe we need to damage some system and see if we can get a surrender offer.
Oh, right, that's the super min-maxi of the surrender. So we can train
Yeah.
off here. We could train the NG on like piloting.
No, that's boring. Let's skip that. I vetoed that play.
Oh, I forgot.
I'm on board.
Wait, are you on board with the vetoing or on board with the training?
Veto.
All right, fine, fine, whatever.
Excuse
I
me,
mean,
yeah.
I guess
Fucking
you
right.
do have speed hack, huh?
I do.
I can sit here discussing a play for 45 minutes but not train. Sorry, that's too much.
Yeah, that wasn't lost on me. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, so I have Cheat Engine installed, so I can speed up the frame rate of the game and train much quicker. I almost never do cross training. I actually got it last run just because I had 2 crew. It's like the only time I really consider it is really down on crew. So like that or NGB, it can happen. I never do any training I wouldn't do on my iPad. Yeah, that's
Sorry,
definitely my
Neil,
approach.
I have to embrace the positivity.
Now what do you gotta say, Neozar?
This is bomb 5, by the way.
For me,
Hooray.
I'm at the point where I don't do any training I don't feel like doing anymore. But I also haven't really like played super seriously for a while, so that also factors in. Can just announce how much training. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I'm kind of on board with Raka on the. I don't know how much I like training on the ship. But I think I might. That was perfect. I think I might. I think I might get the NG trained on piloting or something. I don't know.
Just trying to maintain the Lanius crew's health right now.
Yep, I like it.
You abuse speed. Oh yeah, like I don't like use it to like. Generally, I don't use it to advance fights or like reclone crew. I've done it sometimes where like getting oxygen back in the ship. That can take a while.
Yeah, I think so Mike doesn't use speed hack. He injects the training through cheat engine still, but he still uses some principle of like, I'm not going to do this outside of anything that I know I wouldn't do already. And I don't know if he can hear me right now or not. Yeah, there we go.
What I used to do was cross train without speed hack. And unless there was a reason not to, I'd just go do something else. I'd come back to the computer, and everyone would be fully trained.
Right.
So since getting speed hack, since getting cheat engine,
Sweet.
I just assign whatever I believe I would do without it. And one specific example is that I will only train weapons on one crew if I have to do it manually.
And talking about cheat engine, crew has used the free weapon augment.
We said we weren't going to talk about
stream.
that. We said we weren't going to talk about that. There's a contract that was signed to allow you all to be on the stream. We're not supposed to talk about that.
Thank you for
Yeah,
the
but I
link,
haven't received my special
good
keyboard
that
in the
chat is
post
on the
yet,
same
so-
page.
Oh, the special keyboard?
Yeah, you said you can send one.
So anyways, we got a free weapon here, and we can now move on to a different topic of conversation. All right, we have 45 scrap. We now have a replacement potentially for weapon wise. Does it make sense to go to the store then?
Because it's what, like 50 some scrap between selling the lockdown and the stun bomb.
You can buy hacking.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth
Should sell a bomb to buy crew.
that too. So it's 22 and 27
Think so.
or 25. Stun bomb's 45, right?
I don't know. I've never bought stun bomb. How do you?
Yeah, it's
How do
Maybe
you
I
not
have
know?
sold it.
How do you
Then
not
you
know,
can,
Farb?
Figure out what the price is by doubling.
I
it.
forget.
Laser is 32.
22 and 27. Isn't that what I said at first? How do I not know?
Yep.
I just got it right.
But also, again, call back to how we did routing. So, we did routing to try to get to a store. We get to a store, so we get to our shields too. We got a safe fight, which we could have trained at if we didn't get vetoed. And because we then did this routing, we actually can go to a store and maybe pick up hacking already.
Yeah, routing can make such a difference.
Heavy laser.
Yeah, the store kind of is not great.
I mean, it's not bad to buy the heavy laser instead of a bomb and then upgrade weapons later on. I mean, it's not ideal, chain laser and heavy laser 1, but it's definitely a very good upgrade.
So I see it like we have a reason to sell one bomb and not the other, and I think we all concluded that it's the lock bomb first, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So the counter thought, that's what we're doing a lot of, is this investment and getting jammed early store next sector. That being the possibility, because like somebody mentioned, like it doesn't have the crew, it doesn't have the hacking, but I do think that what the heavy laser does provide is a better alternative for getting through Zoltan shields and a better alternative through like killing auto ships.
Something else you can think about in these spots is if you're on the borderline between, well, this if I get jammed on an early store, can I afford hacking or something? You can also consider the option of, well, I could buy this now and then I could just sell it straight back and buy something else instead.
Yeah, renting weapons
You don't
is a
have
thing.
to be too attached to the things that you buy, and so it's not just a matter of, do I have enough scrap for hacking right now, or will I have? It's also, what could I potentially liquidate, even if I just got it.
Right.
Do we want any repairs?
I don't think so.
I normally like to repair my hull as much as possible, but in this spot, I think saving for stores is better.
Because we have 32 and 22 to sell, right? So we're like 9 scrap away from hacking. Or I mean, like you were saying too, Mike, you can sell the heavy laser, but just looking at it, like it won't be the first,
and
the first
you
jump,
want to,
right?
of course.
Right. So it's like staying close to that threshold is still very relative here, especially when you consider that we can hit 2 low scrap and not hit 80 scrap still.
Yeah.
Next jump. We got any venting doors? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, routing is
Oh, yeah, the Mantis
a really
venting thing.
interesting part of the game, in my opinion.
I still haven't made a video about it.
It's hard, man.
It's not a lot of the like things in FTL. As I said, there's like the things that I do, and I know that they're right, but it's difficult perhaps to describe exactly like a solid philosophy behind them. It's why like the value video took so long, because I was just like, all right, I know I do this and I know this is right, but how do I explain it with like something concrete other than it wins? And like trying to come up with an actual structure to that. And scouting I think is more straightforward than that. It still takes getting the idea of like why scouting stores is important, but yeah, I'll make it someday, probably.
I'll be right back real quick.
All right.
Yeah, Raka in chat is talking about how difficult routing can be beyond the basic stuff. That is very true. I remember one game where I think I spent about an hour working out the statistically most likely way to find a store in something like Sector 3, depending on the route that I took, because I really, really needed a store.
I mean, there's definitely those times where you're like trying to figure out, particularly if you don't use Fleet Pursuit Indicator. So like some of that information can be a little bit harder to kind of like break down, particularly with trying to maximize trying to maximize the beacons that you see while also still being able to like get to the exit without diving. Oh, we're back to this ship with drone, Leto. This is Rebel, so again 3 human crew, no medical unit again. So probably just the same boarding, but we'll see what kind of drone.
We just have exactly the same fight again. Except we don't have pheromones now, so we can't see their crew.
Don't
We
have
know where they are.
pheromones, and okay,
What's
do
the
we
drone?
put stun bomb online here because chain laser probably just goes down and is just as effective as stun bomb, but we have a buffer for it, right?
Yeah, stun bomb feels more resilient.
Okay,
Actually,
this-
stun bomb has a higher chance of taking down a system since chain laser needs to hit twice.
So what I'm hearing is stun bomb's better than chain laser.
Yes.
Does anybody know if GitHub delivers booze? Just,
DoorDash will.
DoorDash? DoorDash. All right. All right.
I think so. Actually, do they? I don't even know. I feel like they do.
This seems
So
like a.
if we wanted to, we could effectively replay almost the same fight and do something different.
True.
Or we could. Oh, it's got a repair drone as well.
We can't do the 3 in shields here either.
Well, we could do 3 in drones, but they'll also spend some time beating on the drone, so it will be slightly different.
Fair.
Oh, and yeah, I suppose it's slightly different when we have 2 shields as well. Maybe that changes things.
Well, 2 shields is not a combat drone, so our shield system is more better maintaining. I don't know. Like, I guess there's the possibility this hits shields and then this procs the beam. So then, yeah, there's again the same argument. You just leave the NG here and let these 2 fight down and kill the crew. Don't have training.
A difference is that it's a lot harder for this enemy to break your shields and let the beam drone go mad.
Right.
Now that we have 2 shields.
So then we could, guess we should board 3 then? Because it would speed up the clock. So I guess it's the same boarding of like, how do we board into it to do the, like just kill the bot? Because that puts us at a bit of a disadvantage.
Well, killing the bot just means that it won't spawn into a fighting spot, but you have to do some micro with that, which is slowing down the fight too.
Why not running chain laser? So the reason I don't want to run
Stun
the,
bomb's better. Anyway, Crow, what were you saying?
Fine.
Welcome back.
It's fine. It's fine. So, thank you. Yeah, the chain laser could just go offline, is the thing. Like, I mean, we just take 1 damage to chain laser. This missile's gonna fire first, while the stun bomb could actively be used, assuming that I don't screw it up this time. But no, actually, I was good with the stun bomb. I was bad with the lockdown.
Oh, of course, it's healing in the drone's bay as well, but very slowly.
Okay. So this protects the health of this crew. I guess we're just gonna try and get stun bomb value. So it already looks like it's pretty pink in here, so it makes me think that it's only level 1 oxygen anyways.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Something else you could potentially be doing in this spot is rotating the Lanius out from a direct combat position, if you wanted to.
All right, so we vent out the fire because, of course, there was.
FTL is just making sure we had the same fight as last time.
Yep. Yeah, and there's the Lanius doing Lanius things.
I think it's alright. The stun bomb's about ready.
All
Top right crew will run before the stun bomb lands, but the others, I think, don't.
Fair.
All right, I'm just trying to figure out what I actually want to do with this NG here. I could run it through to get the stun bomb. I want to go to shields because then.
Are you going to move Lenny out?
Probably not in time.
Why'd the crew go in there? That was weird.
Oh, I missed it. What happened?
The
They-
crew that was chasing the NG went and fought in the O2-less room and was on low HP and stayed and died.
Huh. I don't understand that.
Yeah, I don't know either. Dude, the blindfold stuff was one of the stupidest ideas I've ever had.
Yeah, but now you know what an asteroid field is.
Oh,
gotta
did
count for
I
some-
ever learn?
It's got to count for something.
That was terrible.
Health Lanny isn't great. I don't know if I really want to board the Lanius. I'll just have to see what the fight is. Beacon, next dock with the free on platform. We ignore this.
Yeah.
There's like a 50% chance we get like an auto fight, I think. Nope.
So this feels like... Since it feels almost like a chain laser fight. It's kind of interesting.
If the laners was at full health, we could just board with all three and kill them, I think. But now it's trickier.
Yeah, the lack of the health on the Lanius gives me pause because, like, you know. Board with Mantis.
I guess this has to be an Artemis.
No, this has to be Alito.
Yeah. Talked about it. If a ship has drone control, there's like just like no way for it to have an Artemis in sectors 1 or 2. They just don't have our weapons. Okay.
So, I know the chain laser can go down, but I like the chain laser here just because if we do get to deal 1 damage, then we can do whatever we want in the fight. And then we can kind of like also delay boarding, right? So right before the chain laser is ready, so that way we can pull the pilot.
Yeah, I like the chain laser too here. I mean, it'll suck if it's taken offline, but
Right. So I don't know. It almost feels like I want to be charging the drive 2 here.
What system do you want to damage on the ship?
Weapons.
Yeah, just get the missile offline.
Why not use the stun bomb then?
Because it'll always fire
it's
more and
temporary.
more. Yeah. Right, because it'll
whereas if you
Go ahead.
if you damage weapons, you've got a Mantis repairing it. Unless you start a fire, in which case the Zoltan will join.
Right, and then we just board anyway.
And you just board, and it kind of doesn't matter what happens next. Well, I say that. They still have a combat drone, but you do have 2 shields.
Right.
So I feel like if you take out the weapons, then the fight is essentially over.
Board into drones, stun, and then break it with the safety dance, though. Yeah.
I'm thinking what happens if they take down our weapon. The downside is a lot less with the stun bomb since we have a buffer.
It's true.
And as Raka says, we can stun them in one room, then go punch down the weapons.
They always get 2 Litos off with the chain laser. Because it's 8 seconds manned, right?
Yeah, Leto is 8.1. And we are
Oh, true, yeah.
15, 14 point. So no, I don't think they don't quite get to.
Okay, so then it comes down to, do we gamble on the on whatever percent that is that weapons get hit?
Yeah, I mean you could make a pretty decent argument for boarding and stunning, and if you do manage to do that, then you will break the weapons,
Right.
for sure. Stun bomb can miss, of course, so can the chain laser.
Are there any ships that like have to have level 1 piloting, by the way?
There is, I think,
So like pirate ship, doesn't it only has?
there's the slug pirate instigator, I want to say.
Gotcha.
There is one ship in the game that only ever has level 1 piloting, and I think it's just a typo in the blueprint.
Nice.
This one, riggers and disruptors, including pirates, are level 1 or level 2. So almost all the ships in the game max out at level 3.
Except for those auto ships that only get 2.
Yes. So the other, it's the riggers, the disruptors, and the connected room auto ships.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah, I guess the weapons buffer does help quite a lot.
we could board 3, bus pool piloting to try and set up for the stun bomb, pit the Lanius against the NG so it survives as long as possible.
Oh, it may actually be. I haven't done a huge amount of this because I haven't played enough of it, but it may be possible to stun all 3 with 2 crew.
Sure.
I'm not suggesting you necessarily try that, but just mentioning that it can be done. Depending on how you move between rooms. Not in drones though. You can't stun all 3 in an end room.
Right. Unless I...
Unless, yeah, but I mean, if you board with 2, you might still be able
Understand,
to stun all of them. But it's a lot easier if you board with 3. And I'm not actually even sure exactly yet which layouts it works on or quite how reliable it is.
If it works once, it works all the time. No question.
I think Farb knows the tactic I'm referring to.
All right, so let's do board 3 in here. Stun bomb, and just get the victory.
Something to consider here.
Or
Is there any way that boarding 3 with 3 could cause you to outright lose the run? Is that a possibility?
Stun bomb missing.
Right. And
I mean,
It has to be something like Leto into Clone Bay causing multiple fires.
yeah, or just
something
2
similar.
Letos into Clone Bay. So something I always ask myself if I'm going to board with every single one of my crew is there a way that I can become trapped on the enemy ship and then just die?
this is Crow's Gate we're talking about in terms
Yeah.
of being unlucky. I mean, am I the least lucky FTL player in the world? Who's to say? Experts, that's who.
it's up there.
All right, so we could board 2, safety dance, give ourselves the best chance of being able to stun bomb in here. And then
Well,
what?
that's the other thing. I mean, it's also a question I'm asking that I don't necessarily know the answer to, because in order for you to get trapped and die with all 3 crew, they would have to take out your teleporter and your clone bay.
Right.
Now, of course, if you're forced to retreat because they take out your clone bay, it's a pretty rough situation, but at least it's not you're instantly lost. It's just something I like to plan around as much as I can.
Right.
Hey, Empowers. So I have the Fard, MikeHopley, and Willis ThomasPettersson here, going like real in-depth FTL strategies, and occasionally poking me every once in a while. I so don't deserve. Never wronged anybody ever. And we've had like 3. Yeah, this is like the 3rd rigger that we've run into with a Leto missile. So, and this is one of the reasons, like I said, why we actually chose to run like Mantis C, is like there are these like really weird takes in terms of boarding strategies and like what you can do. Where it was like, okay, the auto ship, was it better to board 1 or 2, and trying to figure out what's the likelihood that our crew dies there versus trying to make the fight as safe as possible. And then, yeah, in here, because our Lanius is not at high health.
Yeah, and on the flip side, we could have ran something like Kestrel B, where it's like, shoot at their weapons. Shoot at their weapons.
Have you thought about shooting at their weapons, though?
Exactly.
This ship is one of the most complicated for early game fights, potentially.
Yeah, I agree. Just a weird ship.
So you feel unfortunate
haven't
because you have
had
so
much-
many easy runs. Yeah.
We haven't really had an opportunity to show off the shield rotation strat,
It's true.
and it won't work here for multiple reasons.
All right.
If we board with 2 people, would we still try to stun all 3 of their crew and then go to weapons and punch it down?
That would be the super awesome flashy play.
There's a lot of like tight micro and timings with that.
Yeah, it's pretty tricky,
Uh,
and I don't know how.
actually,
consistent it
I
is
don't-
yet.
it probably wouldn't work because what's the room that you would stun them in?
Oxygen or engines, depending on what they pass
Okay.
through.
For a second there, I was like, oh, like we could do it in weapons, but then if we stun bomb the Zoltan, then the weapons would stay powered?
Right.
Oh yeah, that'd be funny.
No, it wouldn't be funny, Mike. That's the opposite of funny. Ah, Crow being miserable. I'm amused. Right, alright, fair. And if we're boarding two, then is it like, do you board the NG and the Mantis, or are you still boarding the Lanius and Mantis, so you actually have punch damage?
That's a good question.
I don't think you can win the crew fight directly here without some kind of support, like without the stun bomb, because they have a Mantis. I mean, they do have an NG, but they have a Mantis, and your Lanius is low on health.
Right. Boarding two to try and stun three. Like that would be the most efficient.
Oh, as Rakagex says, you can also, if you were trying to do the board 2 stun 3, then you could use piloting as the end room, and the empty room as the stun room below it. That would work as well. And actually, that's better because you don't even have to think about which room they pass through. Or you could do same thing with shields potentially.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about which crew that I would board with then. If we're boarding, so we board with...
Oh, and you'd have to get them all on one tile. That's a good point. That's going to be harder than if they're going through like a vertical room, so to speak.
Well, isn't it always going to be
on this layout?
Because you can.
It might depend on what door they path through on shields. If you were to use shields,
I was just thinking O2, you can get one in the top tile too. Because it'll want to go.
But can you
there.
get them to stay there?
True.
Like the way I do it is I board into the end room, and I do some micro. I can micro one crew out to pull the third crew if I've got health to spare.
Right.
And then you kind of dance in and out of the doorway to try to bunch them up, and then you stun bomb the room that's not the end room and try to time it so they're walking through. I don't recommend it as right now, as Rakagas is saying in chat. This might be a bit of a tough play to pull off right now, and it's kind of experimental on this layout.
Right.
But it's something I'm interested in. That's all.
So, with that, you have to play around like the room priorities, right? Because if you go to a higher priority room, the one crew will still come out of where you're where you board, right? Okay, I gotta hold on. My doorbell just rang.
Yeah, that is a good point. Which is where boarding into shields would make sense for that tactic.
And then getting back to Rakagex thing is complicated. There's still the possibility stun bomb misses. So like if missile hits teleporter when we board 3, stun bomb misses, that's probably the run.
Yeah, you're then at the mercy of it not taking out your clone bay. Yes. At the wrong time. So this ship is somewhat more resilient to that kind of situation than, say, Mantis B, because you do at least have a clone bay, and it does have 2 levels, but it's still something that can happen, I think.
Yeah, I really.
If we want to avoid all risk of failure, one thing we could do is board with 2 crew, let them die, and then we reboard and kill off all their crew, which means we would take like what, 4 missiles, 5? I think that's the safest place to say, but not the optimal.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to be prepared to sacrifice, say, a few points of hull in order to avoid a possible catastrophe.
That said, the play that we're trying to avoid is them hitting us in the clone bay and then hitting us again. And it's only during this second missile it would be on the smart targeting, so I don't know the odds. Should be way below 1%, I assume, but not sure. I don't want to calculate it either.
Yeah.
Tricky fight to read, especially with a low crew health.
I mean, probably the safest approach is you charge up the charged chain laser, just get into run away, and if the missiles go down, good. We get hit in the weapons. Okay, then we just try to repair them.
Yeah, I like that approach actually because you're not dependent on any super fancy boarding micro, and also on the stun bomb hitting while your crew are committed on the enemy ship. If you do get the weapon down, the Leto down with the chain laser, the fight becomes almost 100% safe. And even with 2 boarders, you can permanently keep it down without ever leaving your ship completely unattended.
Right.
So in that case, we'll wait with boarding to just before the chain laser has charged, and then just distract the pilot.
Yeah, you could do that. Yeah.
Okay, so that means we keep Lanius there. Piloting.
I have to say it's interesting the number of possible options here.
Just to give
And it's
ourselves,
so
I guess,
hard
the
to
best
say
dodge
what's better
chance.
than another play.
Good at training on, but that's
I find
okay.
that in many fights, the more you look at the fight, the more options you can see. Especially in this kind of circumstance with this kind of ship.
Well,
Is that heading for weapons?
yes, it was.
And that's why we had the Mantis at engines for that extra dodge.
Get lucky after getting unlucky.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry.
We just had a clutch dodge. Their missile was going towards weapons, but we got the 20% there.
Sweet.
So there's a tactic which may be relevant for this fight, but at least can sometimes be used on these kinds of fights, which is if you get control of a fight, then you can generally maintain it even if you can't directly win the crew fight in one go.
Energy power chain laser. Do I need 2 power in that? I was getting teleporter online.
It really shouldn't matter too much, eh? The Mantis is repairing. Although I don't know if they kept the repair progress, but the Lanny can. Yeah, now it's out of there.
So as long as you have 2 crew to move around on their ship, even when they have while they still have 3 crew,
Are we?
you can
sorry.
reset repairs indefinitely.
Right. And we're gonna try to get the Lanny on full health here, right?
Yeah.
Wait for the combat drone to be like 10 machine gun shots in a row.
Do we want to use the Mantis to do it?
I mean, 6.5 dozen in the other.
Sure. I guess it doesn't matter because we can beat the combat drone down here anyway.
Okay. Here.
Raka, I don't think
reason
we
for
ever
it,
need either a
it's
bomb or a
huge.
laser at this point.
The other thing about the chain laser is you can potentially make it easier to fish for surrenders if you were that way inclined.
Sure. And you can also just shoot your landing too, then I guess.
Yeah.
And another thing is, this is so not how I typically play FTL, and there's just so much more going on. There's like a lot more noise, which is all good, but it's
Sorry about it, Crow.
it's like you do try to fit into like a certain pocket, a certain feel, and there's just like
Yeah, there's a lot going on for sure.
I'm not gonna worry about the surrender. Just
No, I think it's not worth. There's no reason to do it on a sort of demo run like this.
well,
But
it's
it's worth mentioning that is something you can do.
right. But because I had already swapped off of it, then it was just like, all right, now I'm risking the NG actually fixing the missiles, and then I'm just taking damage for no real reason.
But you're not risking it fixing the missiles. That should never happen.
Oh, I just keep tagging my crew.
Yeah, it can't. I mean, it can if you forget about what it's doing, but it shouldn't.
Just don't forget, forehead.
And you do fix things quick and sneakily.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
hello.
I like the upper path, it has more green.
yeah. I mean, I prefer just
Oh.
your civilian, but
You know,
Yeah.
I'm mad I didn't say it, but when we were talking about, like, I thought about it, but when we were talking about selling all of the weapons for whatever, I almost brought up we're only in Sector 1. We have no idea if we have 2 green sectors coming up that are both Zoltan, and look what's on the fucking screen.
Also, as Neozone and Raka is saying in chat, playing with all of us in the back seat and all these ideas coming in is gonna, if it was a real run, it's gonna make win rate worse for sure. There's no question. Even if we come up with some good ideas at some point, it's just so much harder.
there's Zoltan.
2.5 hours
And
in
to be
Sector
fair,
1. Yeah,
Crew has a higher win rate than Farb and me as well, so
it's true.
I think there's a quite interesting macro decision to do now.
Get
I'm
the heavy laser
liking
online.
upgrading weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. We might actually just take a little bit of a break because it has been that kind of a run, which is fine. But I don't screw around in Zoltan sectors like that, or like those Lania sectors. Like, I don't screw around where my main goal is just survival versus building up the ship that I want. And like getting a weapon online so we get through Zoltan shields, which could be protecting an Artemis, I think is more important than trying to float scrap for like hacking.
Can you bring up the map? I missed it.
Yeah, I agree with that,
And
and I
we
think it's
also have
a
a
really
stun
important
bomb, a
principle.
fire beam, and potentially even another weapons to sell if we really
Yeah.
are desperate for hacking.
Zone sector be like BL2, small bomb, 4 borders, and mind control with a clone bay. Yeah.
Yep.
So potentially you upgrade weapons, and then your fight's easy, and then you can't afford hacking, and you feel at a store and you feel sad about it. That can happen.
Okay.
But also, you don't upgrade weapons, and the worst, border police or Zoltan ship in the world just murders you.
Right, and I think if you go the don't upgrade weapons route here and you fight a Zoltan shield, it's like stun bomb heavy lazy.
Yeah.
And I mean, can't we afford hacking as is, even with the weapon upgrade?
Yeah, I think we're still good with what we have. That we would probably still be able to cure it.
At the most, we need one reward to be able to, so...
Stun bomb heavy laser is about the same against Zoltan shields as chain and heavy, but even just having the weapons buffer
Yeah, it's
does
sweet.
something.
I think so Rakus said about making Zoltan sectors safer and sometimes it'll retroactively be the correct play. I think FTL is a game that
I'll be
when
back.
you start looking back for decisions being right or wrong based on what happens after isn't really super beneficial most of the time, because what you have to do is you have to take into account that, like, I guess I keep going back to it, but like what you have to keep in perspective here is that you can only make decisions based on the information you have at any given time, and the decision is right or wrong at that time, not what happens after. And like as you gain experience and stuff, right, you can still like figure out what is on average going to be better or whatever, but like every run you're in a different spot, so it comes down to being that, like, with the information you have at hand, you have on your ship, you have like, yes, you're in a Zoltan sector and you have to do this. It's like, and it's kind of like, I don't know if Crow or Mike said it before, but it's kind of like the whole like, okay, it was what Mike was saying. You upgrade your weapons and every fight is safe, or you don't upgrade weapons and you die. It's like that doesn't make you not upgrading your weapons inherently wrong, or upgrading your weapons inherently right. It's like you need to determine what's the best course of action given everything at this point to basically not die, is like is what
Something
it comes
else on
down
a
to,
similar
right?
theme that I think I've been putting increasingly into my play, especially over the last, say, year or two, is not getting tunnel vision on how you want to play the run. And it's like, well, I want to find hacking. I feel it's and I'm really going to push for it. Sometimes you can push for that because you're in a position to do so.
Right.
But if you're not, then you need to be comfortable with going, oh, I'll just upgrade what I have. I have weapons to upgrade into, for example. And generally just having that flexibility that you don't have set timings for when you get what in a run, and that you can feel
Right.
comfortable adapting to the actual situation in front of you as opposed to the situation you want it to be in your head normally.
It's almost like it's a life thing too. It's weird.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish I was as good at life as I am at FTL.
Dude, same. Just like flat out same.
Life doesn't quite come with a pause button.
It's true.
It's a lot easier to restart at FTL than live.
Yeah, I haven't found that reset button either. It's true.
Incarnation. All right. One. Yeah.
But yeah, that break you talked about, Crow, feels like a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I snuck
Yeah, I'm
away,
down.
but
I think it would be good to just take a little break anyway. Just
sure,
to
sure.
reset a bit. Speaking of,
We can do that. We can do
I'm
BRB.
gonna get myself a cup of tea.
Yeah, make tea. I
sure,
might.
Brads.
I'm good, so maybe I'll just sit and chat with the other three until they return.
Sweet. We'll be back.
Cool. Yeah. Sounds like the opposite of being blindly positive. All right, so they're gone. I vehemently oppose all the sun bomb usage that we talked about. It's a terrible thing. Don't listen to it. Honestly, there's less bullying of me than I thought there was going to be. They only brought up the that Rock A and Lanius B run like 4 times in Sector 1. That was great. That was gonna be way worse. Sun bomb. Just speedrun Sector 2 other way? Yeah. Yeah, so, hindsight's a weird thing. I know, in particular, it kind of gets over-mentioned a bit, where there's what you know, what you can know, and then what you don't know. Like, there is the possibility of really disgusting fights that are just out there, or again, just like really bad, like scrap RNG, and you're just really limited in the decision making that you can have. But generally speaking, you can just mitigate a lot of the bad RNG by properly like playing around it. And he said some of the criticism in terms of hindsight wasn't like it wasn't foreseeable. It was just you hope that it didn't happen. And I don't find that as super viable. Like you can hope that you don't just get auto tagged in your weapons every single fight and they dodge every single one of your shots. Like, I mean, there's not a skill thing to do to get around that garbage luck RNG. Like that versus like, well, I just hope that these enemy shepherd this particular bad event doesn't occur. This is like the first time we've done something like this. Normally I'm at least in like Sector 4 by now. But we're Mantis C in particular, just because of like the boarding decisions that we've had to make, a lot of kind of interesting fights in terms of what the threats were and the best way of dealing with them. And yeah, the fact that we have 3 other top level FTL players. So if you don't know, like MikeHopley is another moderator on the FTL Discord, has a lot of tutorial videos on FTL, has a website that explains a lot. It explains how like enemy ships are generated in hard mode on a sector by sector basis. One of his best accomplishments, perhaps, is that MikeHopley has beaten every single ship in FTL without shields. So just did shieldless runs with every single ship in FTL and has won on all the layouts. Then we have the Farb. Farb is a no-pause player. Has had a cycle on no-pause. I think was the second person to get a no-pause cycle. Did a cycle of like 30 or 31 victories in a row. Then we have Thomas. So Thomas was the world record holder for the longest time, for longest win streak in FTL. Obtaining 80 victories in pause, is also I think still the world record holder for speedrunning FTL in the category of getting a pre-igniter. And Thomas is, for the least amount of interactions I've had with the person, like I talk with Mike and Farb a lot. Like I talk with Mike and Farb a lot. Thomas has probably influenced my play the most with like the least number of interactions, like 4 or 5 things that I could like point to conversations that I had with him that just fundamentally altered my approach to FTL. And then myself, Crow Revel, I also have completed 4 cycles. I've completed 4 cycles. Broke 8,000 without farming elites. Used to be the world record holder for the lowest score while beating hard mode with a 2202. Thomas got 2 thrown recently. Someone beat the record? Nice. It's just really cool people who do that. Old man got the world record at 12:19. Yours was like 12:40, if I recall correctly.
Something
Yeah,
I was
12:40.
thinking about for this run,
Oh, they're back. Shh.
teasing the part. We went super in depth into all those possibilities on the boarding micro and early fights because I think that's part of what we wanted to look at with this ship. And even if we don't have all of the examples, and if some of the decisions are still unclear, that's probably a good thing, just to see how many things you can consider with a ship like this in the early game. It's not just a face tanker, even though it does tend to tank a lot of face. There's a lot that you can do, but equally, is that maybe enough for that? And we want to pivot a bit towards not going into as much. I don't know. Should we try to keep it more strategy now?
I mean, we can. I think it'll generally just be a lot more straightforward. We
Yeah, I
continue to,
guess
like, stabilize the
especially
runs.
hacking or something, but yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm back now.
welcome back all. About golf. So it became known as like golf in terms of trying to get the lowest score in hard mode. It involves like mostly just playing Crystal B and getting away with like the bare minimum. Like you just need essentially like a Zoltan Shield bypass, some way to get through Zoltan Shield, 3 crew. A lot of the strategies involved punching ships down to get surrender offers, which is what I didn't really do in my initial run. But you're just making a straight line to the Rebel flagship. That's all you're doing. You're just trying to survive because killing ships increases your score dramatically. And so beacon jumps and then scrap gain. So it's just like least amount of scrap, least amount of beacons explored, and least amount of ships defeated. And really, it's just not defeating a lot of ships and trying to generate enough money that you can just eke out a win. So if I recall my run correctly, I actually spent more time fighting the flagship than like the rest of the run. And the flagship was like 40 minutes.
Checks out.
Would Mantis B be a good candidate for golf? For hard mode, Mantis B, because Mike, you beat hard mode with the Mantis B.
Yeah, I don't know about score because I wasn't even thinking about score. In principle, yes, because I did win without any system upgrades or any upgrades. So the only thing I added to my ship apart from like weapons and augments and drones was cloaking. Well, and crew, I guess,
Right.
But no system upgrades. Just the fact that you have 2 shields. Also, you can run a shield drone.
I think one of the most common mistakes of top level players is not getting enough sleep. Sleep, yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Same.
I uploaded the video where I went on a diatribe for about an hour about like the rules for streaking or FTL win rates, and like it is one of the benefits of like picking ships is being able to see like what mode you're in, because there's just some nights where I'm like, there were some nights I didn't want to stream because it was a possibility I would roll stealth B, and I just wasn't in the mental place to do that kind of a run. Or if it was going to be like just an absolute slug of a run, I was just like, I don't think I could do it, and then I just would actually not want to stream. And yeah, so like being in a good headspace is really important, and sleep is part of that. All right, so let's do the fun crew rotations.
Yeah, but Racky, you gotta realize we're all old.
All right, so says
I've
you.
never been good at sleeping since I was about 18.
Yeah, same.
Because my life changed very fundamentally at that point.
So
and I have a lot of difficulty getting to sleep.
I've been a night owl as long as I can remember. Like I just always been up at night. I used to do, all right, this is a little insight. I used to go to school on Friday. So, and it's like start at like 8 o'clock in the morning. Go to school on Friday. I'd stay up all night, go to a speech meet on Saturday, perform at the meet. Then I would meet up with my friends to like watch like a movie or just whatever. We used to hang out at a Denny's until like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I would go home and finally go to bed at like 4 o'clock Sunday morning. And that was like,
It's intense.
that was like a routine that I had probably like twice a month. Who's been the youngest person to cycle? Do we know? Yeah, I would assume it's Raka.
Same, yeah.
So
Which,
to get to this run again, I guess the plan is just find store, by hacking, win.
is a little bit more complicated, a little more nuanced, but yes. Yeah, I mean, we still needed a little bit better getting through Zoltan Shields, but sure. Yeah, that's kind of it. Zoltan Sector, there are 2 stores guaranteed, but they won't be in Nebula. Generally, the Nebula and Zoltan Sectors are garbage. There, you don't want to like, oh, I'm going to farm up Nebula beacons for score or scrap. Like, if you're hardcore score running, yes, but otherwise, I would avoid them. There's like a lot of empty beacons and just a lot of really bad events.
I think it's not so much that the events are bad. I mean, there is the one storm event, but other than that, they're empty. Effect. I mean, yeah, is the Eye Nebula event guaranteed in Zoltan sectors?
That
Or
map
only
is
Zoltan
huge.
home worlds. It's not guaranteed in either of them.
Alright, well, we got a free map. Store is inevitable. So just go to store.
What's up, Gabba?
Yo, Gabba.
Family responsibilities, fair enough. Common Juggler is the patron saint of heavy laser. Didn't know that? No.
It's true.
Barb
And
is
look what's on our ship, and he shows up. You
yeah,
know?
yeah. See, that's how that's how that happens. Keeping the faith. I would say Farb is like the patron saint of stun bomb.
Checks out.
Thomas would be the patron saint of sensors. I know that Mike is the saint of ion intruder. Asked for that title. And I'm the patron saint of Crystal Vengeance. I mean Small Bomb. Small Bomb?
I heard it was Vengeance too.
No, nope. I definitely said Small Bomb. Because people underestimate Small Bomb. Anyways, we're at a store. We should probably talk about the store. There is no hacking. There is a Zoltan Shield bypass. It's also not
It's interesting. And we know where the other store is too, right?
Yeah, this is where it's really advantageous to know where the other store is so we can figure out, like, the likelihood that we're going to make money before we get there. Yeah, we had the science ship?
So if we
I
were
guess
to,
we will never use the fire beam here.
yeah, I was gonna say if we sell Firebeam for bypass, we still have Stun Bomb to sell, right? And I mean, all 3 weapons hypothetically, theoretically, whatever you want to say. And we know we got a bunch of fights coming up.
Are you okay, Fard? Doing all right?
No.
Because you just suggested that we sell Fire Beam and Stun Bomb. Like,
I know.
that's the long term. So I'm concerned. I'm concerned about your well-being.
I mean, you know, you throw a heavy laser and a bio beam in there. It's like my favorite phase 1 setup.
Fire Beam goes. I think with the sector, the map, knowing that what's ahead, this does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think bypass is really good here. And it's another one of those cases where you can't tunnel vision on the thing you want the most if there's something that significantly improves your safety or improves your ship that's an alternative. And you can still get it, right?
How are overall feelings on the bypass if we weren't in a Zoltan sector? In this exact spot.
Well, having seen like the sector layout, so we have like a red option, and then there is a mix of green and red. I probably wouldn't pick it up because I think like that the likelihood that I run into Zoltan shields and that it's a bad Zoltan shield fight where like my weapons aren't good enough against it to just get through and survive, whereas just like because it's going to be there's I shouldn't say it is going to be, there's a good chance there's just going to be a lot of Zoltan fights along the way.
Right.
That it has, I mean, I would expect to see more Zoltan fights like now than just random occurrences in all the other sectors combined. Like that's just not that I
Most
have like
likely.
a hard number on that or anything, but that's kind of what I would feel.
No, I
Other thing
can
to
agree.
consider about bypass purchase is in some fights, bypass completely transforms it because you just board and win.
Yep.
You know, they have 2 crew, they have no medical system, you just win.
Yeah,
And that is
particularly in this
huge.
early sector.
It's really
Yeah.
huge.
So even outside of Zoltan sector, just the protection against those fights, that can be pretty significant. Also, on the other hand, you get fights where, especially if you don't have boarding support, which we do have a bomb. But let's just say on other ships as well, you get fights where boarding immediately gives you limited interaction until the shield is down anyway.
Right.
And finally, if you're considering the purchase value rather than, well, will it stop me buying hacking? You can sell it back.
Right. And again, we since we also know where the
28
store is, so there's like
investment.
a lot of information that is helpful in that regard.
Yeah.
Hey, Redmond.
Quite often, it's worth thinking about at least two different prices for things you buy in a store. One is the price in the store, and the other the investment cost.
Right.
So 55 scrap and 28 scrap. And I like to assess purchases sometimes on both of those values and think about how I feel about each of those.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
It definitely has it's a very large advantage in phase 3 of the flagship fight for your boarding ships. I think again, being in a Zoltan sector, it definitely makes me lean more into it. I guess since we also don't have hacking, like it feels like it has a little bit better value. Even though actually it's nice because the hacking would be delayed against Zoltan shields anyways. I can't knock it on a boarding ship. Again, I think it just, like in this situation, we know where a store is. So like all the theories aside, like we know where the store is. We know we have a good number of fights to get there. They're probably going to be Zoltan fights. And like we can then probably afford hacking. So like in the short term, what our goals are and where the sector is, it just makes complete and total sense, I think, to buy it here. And then there could definitely be a lot of scenarios where I wouldn't buy it.
Also, something you know about fights in a Zoltan Nebula are that, except for the Plasma Storm pirate fight, which is optional, you will never fight a Zoltan shielded ship.
Not as old. All right, so let's go 1, 2, 3, and then probably bounce around, pick up the store.
I use that, excuse me, stock. Yeah, I don't mind the bypass buy here, but most of the time I don't. Like it's good for what it does, but it's just like it's hard for me to prioritize it a lot. You doing a strat we don't know about there, Crow.
Well, it's a safe fight, so I figured I just run the
I'm
Mantis.
kidding.
Right now?
I'm kidding.
Oh, you
around.
get popcorn? I was just trying to figure out why there were 2 crew in the engines. I was a little bit weird, but
I think they do that in piloting and engines, right?
oh, right, because which I didn't understand for a long time. So like they don't fight the border. Like that's not what happens. They're not, oh, I have to fight the border. The crew that is in the engines or in the piloting becomes a defender, and then the other crew goes, oh, we don't have a pilot, so we have to go and be a pilot.
Go man it.
And then they just keep doing it until they run out of crew, essentially. Are we going to train these fools? No, I was voted that we're not going to do training. Because that was too time consuming in our 3-hour run in the middle of Sector 2.
You seem a little salty there, Crow.
Do I?
No, I'm kidding. You don't.
Okay, good. I'm not.
That's
rock.
a huge pickup, though.
Yep.
Yeah, that's really good. It's basically like you can board 4 sometimes, but you're almost always boarding 3 and the NG's staying behind.
Plus, they have a good number of blue options.
They do.
Raka, would you like to be the rock? You can be the rock.
We have so much extra safety on the ship now. Partially because we can board with 4 crew and just kill them off.
Yep.
Before their missile so has fired the second time, and otherwise we have the repair bot on our ship and some nice weapons as well. So despite the tricky Sector 1, this run has very much stabilized now.
Having the 4th crew also makes other tactics more effective, such as the large shields room distraction or rotation.
Bremen, next one Zoltan, no matter the race. Next Zoltan, no matter the race, isn't it?
Rocket gag. Yes, we have to have that.
Sensors are disabled. Oh no. Oh, they're in the doors too. Well, that's fun. How many are in the sensors? Okay, it's just the one. Alright, well. We'll just win these fights. And then go on our merry way.
Yep.
Oh yeah, but Neozar, yeah, if you want to link your website, please go ahead. I'll eventually be able to open this door. I'm a skilled FTL player.
Doors are tricky, man. It's okay.
Like every once in a while, it just gets like really stupid, the inability to like open a door because somebody else is walking through it. It's just like, I just want to open the door, please.
Find, if you don't have any crew, highlight it. Right-clicking can help a lot. But if you have crew highlighted, it'll try to move them.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, I guess it stands to say that right-clicking on doors does open and close them.
But does not select crew.
Right, if you don't have crew selected.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's a weird little thing to think about, especially when you're playing no pause.
I'm pretty sure I learned that from you.
Yeah, I think we figured that out, yeah. Yeah, there's some other...
So that ship in the nebula is either an auto ship, a rock ship, or a rebel ship, I believe.
There's some other right-click stuff that happens as well. If you're depowering weapons, I forget exactly what it is, but there's some weird stuff going on there. Oh, what I'm thinking of is I was watching Crow move. So if you are playing no pause and you're trying to like quickly repower a weapon, when you right click when you left click on a weapon, it puts power in there after you release to account for if you're moving the weapon or not. So if you're trying to power it, hotkeys are better. If you're trying to do like flashing shields or flashing your weapons or something. But that's
Right,
also like
because you only need you do it with one
stupid
input.
optimal. What's up?
Because you do it with one input, it happens immediately. Yeah,
Yep.
that makes sense.
I didn't rotate my NG here, but they only have 2 crew on this ship. So we could do the shield thing where we board one to shield, distract, and put the rest into weapons to try and punch them offline. Or we could actually do with 4. Take the first volley.
You might actually, given that they are rocks, just board everyone into weapons and punch as a starting point. You should be able to do at least 1 point of damage.
Oh, right, yeah, because
Even
there's only
2.
crew here and here.
Yeah, they're coming a really long way.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah, this should be fun.
It is most likely that the flak goes down as well on the first point of damage. But not guaranteed. From what I've seen.
Same.
We should, in theory, now have all the information about how this works. But I've not bridged the gap between theory and understanding how it works in playing. Like I need to try to understand it now that we have Xenix's information.
Yeah, that's something I still gotta like dive into myself. Is all of that. What Xenix has done?
It's really cool to have this information coming out
It is,
after
yeah.
so much time. At a basic level, and it probably doesn't probably too basic for most people in chat, but I don't know, there may be others. A lot of players will look at a fight like this and they'll go after the medbay. But once you've broken the weapons, it doesn't matter how long it takes.
That whole thought is something that I think holds quite a few people back. Because they'll want to just end the fight as soon as possible and be as fast as possible, but then sometimes it's just like, well, you know, if you take your time and make sure that like you're just not ever taking damage, if you're paying attention, it doesn't matter how long the fight goes.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely had conversations with individuals where they were resistant to things just based on them taking time. And the counter to that is I'd rather win, particularly if you're win streaking, I'd rather win and save my time by not having to restart my streaks over again.
Agreed.
Like, okay, this fight takes 30 seconds longer, and again, that's going to be happening over a bunch of fights. So yeah, it's like, okay, so my runs are going to take 5 to 10 minutes longer because I'm doing this particular strategy. It's like, great, but you don't have to reset your streaks because you have enough bombs when you need the bombs.
You're right. Yeah, it's like, what, 10 extra minutes each run versus, I don't know, being 15 deep and losing a streak because you're impatient, and now you're, you know, on not Mike time, 30 hours deep.
Well, for me, a lot of this stuff is honestly just not doing things the way that I think is right makes my brain feel bad.
Yeah, I understand that.
And something else I've found, like, a lot of the way that I play is due to what makes me happy.
I think there's a lot to be said for that, for sure.
And in particular, I noticed that, you know, if I'm playing a run quickly, by my standards quickly, because maybe I'm just testing something or whatever, if I can often disengage and I just lose interest in the run, and that's not fun. Whereas if I'm thinking through all of the things that are interesting me, then I'm very engaged in the run, and I enjoy that. And the side effect of it is that I play better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
agreed.
Yeah, there is an interesting element to particularly like streaking, you know, and like trying to win all the runs. And it is, I want to get to not having to think about runs as fast as possible because it's just so mentally draining. And at the same time, though, like not to lose like engagement. So doing things like keep going for crew kills or just you know, that due diligence of like recognizing when a fight is dangerous, like just be like, all right, just like be mindful that a fight could be dangerous still, and seeing when
Yep.
those are. And yeah, but like the possibility of just like going like, all right, this one's over. There's chat's been a little bit guilty, not anyone specifically in chat, but sometimes they'll be they're like, oh, guess Crow won this run, and then like the very next fight is like absolutely disgusting. It's like, no, they're still we haven't
Just-
quite got there yet.
FTL being its beautiful self. But no, I think like what it comes down to is just like play the game the way you have fun, you know?
Yeah, and I think if you are wanting to do win streak play, or it doesn't even have to be streaks, if you're looking at win rate oriented play of any description, then if at all possible, find a way to do that that is enjoyable for you.
Right.
Like, don't turn it into something that makes the game miserable.
What? What?
And I'll be honest here as well. This is part of why I fell off the win streak train a long time ago.
Mhm.
Because I was interested in doing other things like challenge runs, but also there's an element of I don't want to stress myself out, and I want to enjoy what I'm doing, and I don't want to be too goal oriented.
Yeah, I you know, shifting from like the win streaks, the cycling to like even the 13 is helped a little bit in terms of stress. It took a while though for me to really just be like, it's hey, if you lose one, like you're expected to lose one and you don't, you know, after I got 2 cycle streaks, I was like, all right, like I finally did it, and I've established in my own mind that I'm good enough to like get a cycle because I'm sick like that. And I needed to get 2 cycles to feel like I actually earned one. And like having that kind of mindset and not having the pressure of, yeah, like, oh, if I lose this run, that's 30 hours, that's 80 hours, like that's just gone.
Yep.
That hits
And
hard.
this might sound a little bit arrogant, but I'm pretty certain that if I were to start doing win streaks, then it would not be difficult for me to get a fairly large win streak.
Yeah, I agree.
But, and again, this is just my perspective. I'm not saying anyone else ought to think the way I do. If I do get back into win streaking, then the motivation for doing it is that I want streaking to make me enjoy the game more rather than less. And what I feel that win streaking can do for me with FTL often is it can keep me really engaged in the run. Because there's always a reason to stay engaged and keep thinking of things, because any small chance that you might lose a streak is worth quite a lot.
Yep.
But what I don't like is becoming too goal oriented.
Yeah.
No,
it's-
I feel you.
There's
So
a huge
humble.
psychological aspect to high level FTL play, be it streaking or otherwise.
I should probably turn on Clone Bay.
Nah, that's fine.
And
Personally, I just got the records just for some fake internet points, but that's just me.
oh, congratulations.
It really paid off. Got like 120,000 views on YouTube or something. No, but as you're all saying, having fun is the most important thing. And if you play well over a long time, you'll get the cycle and long streaks. So
Yep.
focus on the process and the result will come.
Yeah, I totally agree. That is the best mindset I think to get into if you can, if you're doing streaks.
Yeah, I
Try to look at the run in front of you and try to enjoy and be engaged with it.
yeah, 100% focusing on the run, being like really mindful of that. It was very easy to be like, oh, Lanny B, okay, well, I should start thinking about the stealth B run that's upcoming at some point. It's like that's a terrible thing to do. Don't worry about it until you're in it, and then be focused in that, because you're then worried about like 14 different ship runs that you're not even fighting while you're in the middle of a run. And if you focus on improving your play, then every run, win or loss, has the potential of being rewarding because you've learned something, and that you're like, all right, and that's going to help me get more likely to get a streak the next time, or like a better streak the next time, and less like the depression that hits when losing a long streak, because it does. You'll lose like a 14 streak, and if it's not your PB, like you're really happy to hit a PB, and so that can feel good, but there is that loss where it's like not a PB, and you're like, well, that was just a complete waste of time because I just ran 14 runs, my PB's 18, but I died on stealth B, so all that was a waste of time. It's like, well, no, there were opportunities to learn, to improve, to get better, and like I said, not getting super bogged down in the one or the other, because like it's brutal. Toast Ziggler, thank you for the 100 bits. Think of other definitions? I don't know what you're talking about. There's only one definition: win streaking. Or PG. We're like a PG, sometimes PG-13 channel, but it's like 1, 2, 3.
I'm surprised that you can say it with the straight face when you have far back here.
I'm trying to be very diplomatic.
I
That's
was
true.
using self-restraint, so
I appreciate that, Farb. I do. Positive read. In school got suspended for streaking and homecoming. Well, they're not a viewer on this stream because they would know better. Focus on win rate. Yeah, I became more focused on win rate in the idea that the streak would happen, like the cycle would eventually happen, and I do see, and guilty of this myself, getting like a good streak and being like, oh, this cycle is just around the corner. I cracked 27 wins. I got 27 wins, and I was one away from being the 6th person to get a cycle. I lost to Unsultan C, and then it took me 2 years and like 350 runs or 250 runs, I forget, to actually get the cycle. And by then, another like 10 players like got it. And I was still improving along the way, but you can get like a really good like a run. You're like, okay, like I'm just around the corner, and it's like the opposite, because what you did is you just had all the good RNG lined up for you. If you're at an 85% win rate, your chance of a cycle is 1%. And like that's just what it is. If you're an 85% win rate, it's a 1% chance of getting to cycle. So
like that's
specifically that starting from 0,
right.
Your chance from that point of going all the way through to 28, yeah. And you just take the win rate decimal and to the power of 28, and that's your answer. It's still an approximation, of course, because win rate isn't flat for every ship, but it's a pretty good way of estimating it. So we've got another Rock, Rebel, or Auto.
Auto. They have a teleporter. They do not have a medical unit.
And they do have a big shields room.
You have big shield. Try to
I guess
cycle.
the question here is, do we let them board first and then we board so we can punch down their weapons?
Oh, how many crew do they have now? What sector are you in?
3.
2
Still sector
still.
2.
Oh, so no, it's 2. So they have 3 crew.
yeah.
You can potentially get them to double board. That's another option.
Oh, right, the double board strat.
Yep.
At the point I got my first cycle, I was pretty comfortable saying you were a better player. I think when I finally got, like, before I can go back and track it, I was at an 89% win rate right before I started what ended up being my first cycle and getting to 52. And I can say that strategically, I was better than a lot of other. I was better than other people who had cycles, but I think mentally, I definitely had deficits in my game. I look at like a lethal frag or like a Billy One Kirby in terms of like mental approaches to FTL, or even Hollow, where though Hollow is a slight variance, where it's just like they just roll with it. Like the worst case scenario happens and it's just like, oh, yep, FTL is FTL, and they just kind of keep playing, and it doesn't feel like, you know, FTL is just punching you in the throat like repeatedly for hours on end. And then like Hollow can have those, you know, verbal assaults at FTL, but it doesn't like affect his gameplay. It's just like, you know, call the game, you know, a few names, but you're still just doing the same thing. And I could just get in a really bad headspace and I would just absolutely start stressing out and potentially like clouding decisions that I was making.
It's easy to do.
And so like, and that's just another important element of it, where yeah, there would be people like, I could show up in people's chats and be like, here's a bunch of strategies, here's a bunch of tactics that you don't know, and here's a bunch of interactions, and that's all really good. And then like just absolutely disgusting runs would just happen, and I was just like, I don't know. I mean, there were runs that could just like actually like kind of break me as I was going through them, where I was like, I don't even want to do this run anymore. I'm just so mentally exhausted. And it can still happen, but it normally has to chain like 3 or 4 garbage runs together, which FTL is willing to provide. Bypass 1 bomb, 1 missile boarding, bypass to win. Earlier we talked about. Yeah. Scott was the one who really got me into like crew killing. I was just like, oh,
Same,
like I should be doing this. Like it was just so disgustingly apparent. Like why? Like, oh, I should be doing this, and I'm not doing this, and I really need to do that. More than 5. That's. I think Burrito got another one, so Burrito might be on 6. Might be on 6 or 7. All right. So one strategy we talked about is we could board to get them to try and send 2 boarders over onto our ship and then punch them down.
Do you know how that works on this layout, given that we can't see them just yet?
Well, let's see. So they should have 1 crew here, 1 crew here, 1 crew here, but this one will be on their way to teleporter from weapons, and then the other one would only break, and it would happen almost instantaneously. So we'd have to delay them, right? No.
Yeah, if you, depending on where the console is in the weapons room, boarding directly into teleporter can work if it's close enough. Sorry, depending on where the console is on the weapons room and the engines room, right?
Right.
So it's a relative difference in how long it takes those 2 crew to get into the teleporter. If you're lucky, it will just work. But if you want to ensure that it works, you have to board somewhere else. So, for example, board into shields, then move 1 out into the room above it, oxygen, and then you can use knowledge of which crew will respond to moving out to time 2 crew moving into the teleporter. So that's one strategy that we could showcase here. Another strategy we could showcase here would be boarding directly into shields and then doing the rotation, which we haven't seen.
Okay, so yeah, I
So
kind
either of those are pretty cool.
of like the shield rotation thing, particularly since we'll get the 3-on-1, and we just like leave the rockin' shields.
Yeah.
We were talking about that before too, so.
And again, a lot of people in chat are super high level players and they'll have seen this before, but not everyone, so it's pretty useful.
So, like, what Neos are saying here, I know you're talking a level past, like, what is capable of no pause, right? But Hollow does some pretty crazy shit that is on no pause, that is, like, there's not many people that can do that sort of thing, right? And where I think his micro is a big part of why he is so successful in streaking and stuff. I really think what it comes down to is his decision making. You know, and then like, yeah, you have the micro to bail yourself out of so many bad spots or whatnot, but like, I don't know. It's interesting to me.
I actually think there's a difference between most high level no pause players, or particularly top level no pause players, and Hollow, in
Same.
how he played. I haven't watched a great deal of him, but as soon as I watched him play, I thought, this is like a top level pause player in decision making. Whereas I'd never seen that before. I think at that time, or I'd seen it a bit with Barb maybe, but maybe not when you were originally pushing streaks.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
And there's, yeah, there are a lot of no pause players who it almost feels like they've chosen to play no pause partly for not wanting to bother with stuff.
Yep.
And then you can say the micro becomes an excuse for how they prefer to play, which is fine.
Yes.
Everyone can play how they like. But then Hollow comes along. It's like, well,
I see that
actually, you know, you can take good decisions as a no pause player.
Yeah, and like what you're saying, I think they're. I guess I'll qualify it with, once you reach a certain level, and where that level is, I don't really know, but like once you reach a certain level of playing no pause, there really should be very little variance between the decisions you're making if you're playing pause or no pause. So when people are talking like, oh, well, this is no pause, it's like, okay, yeah, it is, but like, it really shouldn't matter. It's like the whole difference between talking about like a med bay and clone bay for boarding ships, and people want it because people want the clone bay because you're playing no pause. It's like, you know, to quote Mike before, at the risk of sounding arrogant, have you ever tried just like getting better?
Yeah.
You know? So I don't know. And like for me, it bothers me a little bit when like there's this distinction between no pause and pause in terms of like the decision making. Then I can't do that because it's no pause, and it's like, I mean, you can. What it comes down to is you don't want to.
To be fair, it
Yeah.
is a lot harder to do it no pause. That
Yeah,
said,
no,
if you're talking about optimal play, it's very minimal difference.
Yeah, and I'm not taking away that no pause is more difficult, because just like inherently it is, right? Just from a few different standpoints that you don't even really have to think about. It's just like obvious because you can't pause, right?
Oh.
Exactly. But I'm more talking like macro stuff, right? Like not buying power, you know, the clone bay thing that I was talking about, and making decisions based on that you're playing no pause. And you know, I guess one thing that I should say too, and I guess I kind of said it, is I'm coming from a spot where I'm looking at it like you are wanting to win streak, you're wanting to win every single run, you know, you're wanting to like maximize your play and all of this stuff. And it's like, if you're not really doing all of these things, yet you still are like saying this is how you want to play, it's like, okay, well, like then why not do it?
I mean, this is just a safe fight. I don't think I can. Again, I'm not a no pause player. So there's definitely like little nuances of no pause play where it's like until I like directly see it, I'm like, oh, like yeah, like you like trying to swap weapons or have those kind of reactions, or like I said, the decision making process for like drones. And like actually, it was like watching Rand, and then someone. They were talking like, oh, okay, so I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this, I have to do this. If these are the 4 scenarios that are happening, being like, oh, I just go like tap a tap, and then I get to see all the drones, and then like it's there's just a lot of calculations I just don't even have to bother with. But yeah, I Hollow was interesting just because the level of gameplay that he brought, where it was just like a standard that hadn't been seen to some degree, still isn't seen. And I mean, just like the speed of which he plays, one of the other things that always stood out is his ability to change a decision when things go wrong, like the bad RNG hits. And he's like, oh, okay, so I got to do this, and it's just done. Like it's already all right. I got to shift gears and go into this. And that would have to be a process of thinking for most other players, and then that delay is like potentially catastrophic. And so it's like an amazing thing where it is a mixture of micro and macro, that he has enough planning in the back of his head to know how to respond. And again, it would be very similar to how a pause player would respond to that scenario, but without having the time to actually think it through.
Raka in chat mentioned thinks that Hollow learned a lot from his speedy runs by having less stuff on his ship, having a weaker ship and winning anyway.
I agree.
Which I suspect is true. I certainly found that the challenge runs that I've done, some of which have been very challenging indeed, meant I learned a lot that I otherwise wouldn't have.
I think Colo was already at like 96-97% win rate before doing the speedy runs, so of course it made him better, but I think he was already an amazing player before that.
For sure. I think the one thing speedy runs really, really demonstrate is like how important it is to make the right decisions at the right times. Because like if you I don't know what his average scrap is in a speedy run, but he's literally looking at the bare essentials of every ship to win, every run to win, right? And what that translates to when you're playing normally is the bad runs, the runs that almost everybody else loses, right? You become more comfortable in the idea that like, well, I can go win like this. I know if I can just get to the flagship, the run is over, right? And I think that whole process for him doing that really helps solidify that idea, like not only for himself, but like for me, right?
Post vote to there. Everyone casually just because pause win streak. Well, I mean, I'm not. Farb is the only one. Well, speaking that does like no pause. Rakigak is in chat, also does no pause.
I'm secretly a pause player at heart, though.
FTL is really hard, and boys. So when I started kind of raising in prominence within the FTL community, one of my goals was to like just get rid of the bad information, because there was just like I would say something that was wrong, other people would say something that's wrong, and I was like trying to correct that, and just thinking like if we could get rid of the bad information It would be really helpful to move forward, because there would just be arguments over things, and it's just like what you're basing it on is just no good. And even though you've been doing it for hundreds of hours, thousands of hours, it's actually not any good. But the other thing was just like not gatekeeping, and I think the FTL community's really good about it. Other communities are just like, why aren't you amazing at the game that you just bought? Like, you're holding us back, and we don't like you. And not having that in like FTL, and just understanding people like, wow, like the game's like really tough for me, and I feel bad because they're players with like crazy win streaks. It's like, yeah, I put in 4,400 hours, and people who put in thousands of hours are going to be better. And then even if they're only putting in like a couple hundred hours, like Raka getting a cycle, it's because not just because of like Raka's dedication and skill level, which is noteworthy in itself, but it's because also there's just like better information, so people are just going to get better faster. Like it is going to happen. But at the same time, the game's stupid hard. You can look at the 2 runs I had before. This run itself has been like, Sector 1 was complicated, not actually 2 hours long complicated, but we're just going through all the things. But like my Rocket run before this, like that would have killed a lot of players, because we only got 18 scrap in the first sector, and then every sector after that was pretty low scrap, like average, below average. There was just like never like that makeup to it. And then I died on Stealth B to some pretty bad scrap sectors as well. And so you'd be like, oh, I guess I'm just a bad player because I lost a run. Some runs you just can't win, or they're just really difficult and complicated to win. And you shouldn't feel bad that, I don't play like a person with 4,000 hours of experience on top of how many hours of FTL I've watched from other players.
Yeah, the like base level, if you want to be really good at FTL now, is like so high, because all of the information out there and like Empowers is saying too, like people being approachable and knowledgeable, and just like the amount of information that's out there now is like, if you really look for it, you can like get super good at FTL super quickly.
There is a bit of a flip side to that, which is that if you lean very heavily on that, then there are advantages and there are disadvantages, I think.
Sure.
And I think overall it's a huge positive thing. But one thing that can happen is people have very accelerated learning, and they might end up, shall we say, copying a bunch of almost cookie cutter strategies, and it's like, well, every run is flak and hacking or whatever. I mean, that's a bit simplification, but you know what I mean.
Right.
It can also be valuable to at least remain open-minded and try to learn things through playing as well, and just considering more options, I guess.
Yeah.
It's especially if you are a player who accelerated your learning in that way.
Yeah, I think like
I think we should go back to the run a little bit. There's an interesting story here.
Okay.
So we have mind control on backup battery, and page 2, nothing really interesting. So I'm liking the backup battery here. I feel like it's always useful in every run later on, and also increases the chance of getting hacking later on.
Yeah, I don't mind it here
see
either.
mind control doing much for us. We're so strong boarding wise.
The other thing here is we know where the stores are, and this is the last store in the sector, and it doesn't take a lot of like purchasing power out of the next store whenever that happens to be to buy the things that we really want.
Yeah, mind control with 4-person teleporter is, I find it pretty weak. We're They're only Sector 2. Cloaking, hacking is still going to be like the things that we want to get, and we don't really need to push for that. Like, I would find it better to buy a crew than to buy mind control if we wanted to push more so on offense. Now,
I think talking about buying a crew here would be more relevant if we didn't find the rock already.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment. But there's the other thing which is to consider, which is, so if we buy battery and then we buy hacking at the next store, it's what, 50% less likely that stores are going to have systems then, because we'll be like just under that cap.
Yeah.
That is like actually now a thing, which is, so it's kind of funny where it's like we buy battery. Like that was definitely the mindset I always had, is like you buy battery so you increase the likelihood of hacking. But now it's like, oh, you buy battery, so that by the time, if you buy cloaking, then actually you've decreased your chances of actually potentially finding hacking at a store.
Yo, Masala.
Hey, Masala. Speaking of influential FTL players, Masala.
Right.
Cheeky swipes.
Just what with
Saw maneuver.
With what Pro just said, it's a little bit less clear cut than that, because if you actually calculate the probability of finding cloaking, say if you are specifically looking, or if you're specifically looking for one system, and you're not going to accept anything else, then the difference is very small. I think it's something like, I don't know, it's like 45% versus 48% or something. Whereas if you would be prepared to accept 2 systems, then it's getting your last but one system or whatever is a bigger difference, much bigger difference. So actually in this spot, buying battery, how many do we have? All the other systems? What?
No. We don't. We're still missing cloaking hacking. So we'd be doing this.
Missing, yeah, sorry, yeah. So, but I mean, what? Hang on, can I see? It would be really easy just to see ship upgrade screen because I can visualize it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, so we've got 3 slots free in total, of course, because we don't have the battery itself. If you buy the battery, you still have 2 slots. And then it will only that difference in stores will only take effect when you get the next system, right?
Right.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But also, let's just imagine that we're in a situation where we already have, say, cloaking, and we're looking for hacking, or the other way around. And we buy the battery, and we then have one system slot open. The chance of finding that specific system is quite similar, but the chance of finding weapons goes up quite a bit.
Because it's less likely to pull the...
When you said I had a thought, I also wanted something else later. Yeah, in a second. So it's that you buy a battery, then you're only looking for 2 systems, and there's still the possibility you just hit a store that sells you both those systems. So that also like shaves odds a little bit more in favor to make it less cut and dry. Expanding on a point you had talked about in terms of like duplicating players' abilities, I had mentioned during my previous stream that there can become this echo chamber effect where people are giving you good ideas and it may oversell an idea on how good it is, or the inverse, that something is bad. Like people, everyone's going to tell you weapon ships, cloaking, hacking, mind control. Get cloaking, hacking, mind control. And I will see people lose runs because they should have bought drone control, or they should have bought teleporter, but they didn't because those are bad systems. And that's kind of what Mike is leaning into, is if you get, just copy what good players do and perhaps miss some of the underlying rationales, or you can get stuck in mimicry without the critical thinking.
Agreed. There's a lot of good comments in chat about this, by the way, and I won't read them all out, but I want to be clear that I don't think there is a right or best way to learn or play the game. something that I enjoyed, and I think helped me be the player that I am, is that I learned it by myself. So until I had beaten every ship on hard, I didn't really look very much at all at what was out there on the internet. I didn't watch other players. I didn't read guides. And that's not the right way to do it. It just happens to be a way I enjoyed. I've always liked kind of doing my own thing and just trying to work things out for myself to a degree. And I suppose all I'm saying with players who are sort of uplifted by really great information, that's fantastic. If you are then wanting to continue elevating your play as one of those players, then it's just something you can think about that now I've got to this point, it might be helpful to just allow myself to reevaluate some things, to try different things, that's all. It's really easy to get stuck in habits or assumptions.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
And I think it can be quite fun to discover that some of the things that you thought were clear cut actually might turn out to be completely the opposite way round. I mean, that's one of the things I love about this game, is that things that I thought were terrible, even when I was quite good, like back when I had, about 98% win rate, some like 4 or 5 years ago, there's things that I thought were terrible that I now think are good, or vice versa.
So you're saying
I
that
think
it's possible
really interesting.
at some point Farb will realize that Sunbomb is bad?
No.
Yeah, or that you'll realize it's good. Who knows?
I did use a stun bomb to beat the flagship with no upgrades at all.
I still have
There
hope
is that.
that Crow will see Fed C as the best Fed ship too.
I think I might just get banned.
I
I would say it's
Well, that's why the other thing
situationally
in chat is
useful.
really, really important. Like, not
Situationally useful. Very tactical. Very tactical.
Nope. Not just copying Crow's playstyle, but including the rationale behind the play, and that's part of why Crow is such a good teacher, because you do explain things really, really well. It's not just kind of dumping the results on people.
When learning anything, you can never go wrong really if you imitate people at the start, people who are masters at it, but then when you reach a certain level you need to think for yourself. Then you will find that those people who you thought were amazing and knew everything did not do that, because everything can always be improved, pretty much.
Yep.
It's been shown time after time in FTL. Like, when I started out, the hull repair drone was considered the S tier, among the best things in the game, and now it's never used, for example. And the value of things will always change. And when I got my streak, we were focused a lot on scrap, because we thought the end boss was a threat, which it turned out not to be. So you play more, get input from others, and see, yeah, maybe this was not true after all. That means you need to reevaluate a lot of other things. So be open-minded.
Yeah, I'm a kind of like what Mike was saying just before. I'm a big fan of like doing things just to check your perspective. Because sometimes when you do that, you find out that like the flip-flop happens there, right? Where you're like, oh, this isn't as bad as I thought, or it can be also confirming your ideas, and then it's just like, you know, it's still worth it.
I got a level 2 mind control here. 15 HP.
Mhm.
But it's a safe fight, so we can casually.
I've held the tradition of strong masala.
Nice, $30.
As someone mentions a few hours ago, the discussions have changed from being about the run to more general FTL things. So I guess this is a good opportunity for anyone in chat. If there's something you want us to talk about, feel free to give suggestions.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Sure.
A is the worst, but B is clearly better than C. I could definitely argue that B is better than A, which is kind of amazing. Wasn't a thing that I thought about, but like that ability to just damage two systems so enemy ships just don't run away. All the extra reactor is so good. Like eventually, like there just seems to be more monetary value in that ship, and like it can pivot to something else. It's also like easier to get certain weapons online with dual lasers. It's a little potentially like trickier with the burst laser, which again is like still like a really strong weapon, but it's like, oh, I need to get a 3-power weapon online. That's actually easier to do with the dual lasers than it is with the burst laser.
The answer to Niazar's question is T.
And that's the real reason why Mike hasn't gone for a win streak.
So we failing Zoltan or we failing Abandoned?
Oh, interesting.
It is.
We do have a bypass.
If we go Zoltan, we're forced into a red, which could ultimately be an abandoned. Also.
Abandoned 3 is all scouts.
Right, no bombers.
Boarding with level 2 Clone Bay, and we have 1 Lanius is not terrible at all.
And a
Kind
rock.
of interesting. We do also have weapons we can use.
Yep. Yeah, abandoned's not terrible here.
Doesn't Lanier's ship have 2 crew quite a long time as well?
Yeah, they'll only have
open-
2.
They'll all have 2 crew, yeah.
Yeah, so it should not be an issue boarding Lanier ships then.
Alright. Going to Lanius.
I could see going mind control there, Raka, but for me I look at it like I don't really need any sort of like power spike or anything currently. We have 4 crew, we have a weapon setup, right? So it's like I don't want to lock myself out of hacking and cloaking together just because mind control's there, right?
I think it is
No.
a very valid consideration
Same.
that you may not always, it may not always be best to save your system slots for the best systems. So I think the term you used there was really suitable. It was a power spike. Do you need that?
Right.
And it's trying to make that judgment between shorter term and longer term.
Yeah, and I don't feel like the run is really in need of anything like that right now.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, Dribrat's brought this to the front of my mind recently, talking about the Slug B runs. That's an example where it can be buying mind control earlier can be pretty good, potentially. Just give yourself a power spike earlier.
Did they win that run, Masala? That poor FTL player you bully into buying stun bomb. Did they win the run?
We should be focused on the process, not the outcome.
I feel like that story Masala was just some random like new person playing FTL is what I remember it
Yeah, and then an FTL god descends on their chat and trolls them.
Right.
You would do such a thing?
I don't disagree, Hiraka. Like MC, there was a time I was playing Rock A that I can remember, and I had hacking. Actually, I don't remember what I had exactly, but my thing was like, dude, Lanius B is one of the strongest ships in the game, right? And it's hacking mind control and teleporter most of the time, or even just like mind control and teleporter at first, you know? And it's like, how many times do you actually build into that? Yet it's like stupid strong. And the thing about it is like, I modded Lanny B to start with all NGs once, and I only allowed NGs on my ship, and I did the same exact strats on Lanny B as, you know, you mind control in the shield room and you go and do that stuff, and it's like, I won handedly, you know? So, yeah.
Yeah, option 2, we could just roll like trading fuel for like a better reward, or it could be worse. Trading like 7 missiles is super acceptable. That amount of money. Do we want to do any ship improvements?
How much do you value distresses?
Normally, I have a higher opinion of them. They can be empty in abandoned sector. There isn't actually just a flat out fake distress in abandoned.
And we also have Lanius, which, by the way, is the crew with the most blue options in the whole game. Little known fact. But
Yeah.
I feel like we should go with the lower path just for stores.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. 'Cause particularly when we have
Same.
we have this wonky one, and I think maybe we're not going to see it in their sector. Just push stores.
It can be, yeah.
Always be pushing for stores. It's made Badger really sad. Yeah, so like we're not going to get there anyways. Path up to here.
It really just comes down to like, I don't want to say just when the run is not going great, but a lot of the times it is kind of what it comes down to, right? Is like how you're making decisions in a spot where you're forced to not do something, or you're forced to do something other than what you think you want to do. And if in those spots you're, you know, like if we were hurting, let's say it's just like end of sector 3, we only have teleporter, we lost a crew, or even we still only have 3 crew, and the best option right then is to buy mind control, then it's like, for me, it's like a super high consideration and maybe even pulling the trigger on it, right? Because it's just like, I need something. I know what's coming up. I know what I'm up against, and I have nothing, and I need anything that helps me here, right? Because a lot of the times, and it's like, it's really interesting, right? Because you get into this thing where it starts going to like your win rate and everything else, because it's like a lot of the times it doesn't matter what you do in FTL. When you hit a certain level of play, you're just going to win because the mistakes you make don't punish you enough to make you lose, and you have that like 80-85% win rate, and you can win most of those runs. But where it comes into play is when those type of runs don't happen and you're still trying to make the same decisions based on what you know to be good, what you know is going to like basically make you win, and then something happens and you're trying to look back on it and you're like, well, no, it possibly couldn't be that because I win doing this stuff, right?
Okay, so these
But
both
I'm really trying to like cut back on my ramblings, but like, man, sometimes I can't fucking help it, so
Yeah, you and me
It's
both.
fine. We're 4 hours in.
Yep.
So both these weapons time out at 13 seconds. This projectile is just a lot slower than these.
The only issue with that is if it were to hit Clone Bay. ramble on. It's great stuff to hear. Well, I'm glad somebody's enjoying it.
Oh yeah, this could be interesting. Don't hit Clone Bay, please.
That's
At
right.
least
The
we would
II could
never
totally
lose
hit
the
this.
run from it.
Oh, I'm now
Definitely
wondering.
a rambler.
Which is something I never finished, like fully investigating.
Mm-hmm.
You know how ion damage on certain situations disappears when you jump in certain, on certain systems in certain situations it disappears when you jump. So, for example, if you jump with an advanced edition system on cooldown, like hacking or mind control, then it will just reset. But if you jump with, say, cloaking or teleporter, then it won't. If you jump with shields ionized, in some circumstances it will reset. I was just wondering, if you did get hit in the clone bay by the ion, could you actually save your crew by just jumping?
Oh.
Research needed.
Well,
Why
I
now?
saved that jump so we could. That's one of the reasons I did get the save manager, because I forgot about it.
So then, if I
just to
actually
review.
knew the answer to that for sure, could potentially go into this fight and take that into account when deciding about boarding.
I think I
Like,
gave up on the
more
idea
of
on this
these
one.
exact details you know, the more you can plan
Sure.
in a fight.
Yeah, it's a good thing to have in mind.
And we said, oh, burrito, yeah, we could actually test it. That'd be interesting.
Hold on a second. We find the source of the distress call. It's a small research station. It appears a small laboratory fire got out of small control and is threatening to destroy the small station. Their small fire suppression system is not responding.
Send your pebble then.
Neozar, bless the run. Look at that.
Niels are literally pogging out of his mind right now.
We're 1/3 of the way there.
Oh gosh, 1/3. This one we're actually safe. Actually safe.
Quick note about boarding Lanius ships for like the not super high level players maybe. If you win the fight, then unless you're in a hazard, your teleporter resets. So you can even use that sometimes to board when you have a med bay, if you can work it out that it's safe.
No double roar. Ew. I should totally be rotating my Mantis so they survive just a little bit longer. We are hoarding a lot of scrap. I think it's because I generally think, well, like these ships are fine, but we could totally run into other normal ships that would be gross. There is a greeting of it.
It would be totally fine to upgrade shields, engines, buy some power here, and keep like 120 scrap left or something. Just for a store so you can buy cloaking. But I don't know. I'm not paying too much attention to run now, more to the other discussions here.
It's fine.
And I have trust in Crow to not mess up too much.
Thanks for that ringing door. Oh, there's a store here. Hold on. That first.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're at a point right now where it's like, I think we're just hold first store. Cloaking's pretty good.
Cloaking is. Do we buy Slug? Do we buy Mantis?
Let's check the map first, right?
Store right there.
That's why.
2, 6.
Almost like you've played this game before, Farb.
Yeah, it's Shocker, I know. I mean, I don't hate getting a fourth border here that's not the NG. So
Do
I
we
don't
have
know if I
anything
buy
to
this.
sell?
Yeah, I mean we have the like stun bomb at this point because I think we want to keep the weapons and the reloader.
You can sell the
I
reloader.
would be sorry, Nizar. I would be completely fine selling the reloader if necessary.
Yeah,
I'd
same.
rather keep it, for sure.
I do appreciate that we're bringing the community together while also simultaneously driving people away. It's really good. It is the nature
I
of
feel like the
FTL.
reloader doesn't help our boarding strat that much.
Well, we don't exactly have a great setup to benefit from reloader, do we?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like we're going to get a timing with our weapons where we get 2 volleys in before second cloak, or in a level 3 evasion hack or whatever, or that it's sensitive to like the timing of a Hermes missile.
I don't hate buying the Mantis here. The slug is okay, but I honestly think that like the mind control aspect of a slug is overrated on a ship you can't get mind control on.
I agree.
But that's also coming
Especially the
from
whole
that.
slug pilot thing. I just don't care about it
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
also
it's not-
coming
Do we
from
ever want to
point
buy the
that you-
Lanius here?
that you trust yourself.
What about the Lanius? Do we want to buy the Lanius? I don't.
Interesting for auto ships.
And also to remove oxygen faster when boarding.
Yeah,
Is-
the only thing
how
about
much do we
that is
care
it's a
about it?
double-edged sword, of course.
I mean, that would be the more.
Um,
That would
Maybe
be
we can
the.
do the dream quad Lanius boarding setup.
Yeah.
The pushback I would have against the Lanius thing is just that we have a clone bay, and that's like just like trying to maintain their health and doing all the things. Definitely outside of what I normally would play as.
I feel like Burrito would appreciate your train of thought here. Do whatever is easiest since I will win anyway.
Yeah, honestly, like I like the same takeaway that Racket does. Is like this gives us a border. It's a little bit cheaper to hedge our bets a little bit more so, and
The scrap
But
difference
when I
is
look at
relevant,
the
actually.
stream, there's already a slug in our crew here. Don't
Oh,
think we need
mhm.
another one.
this one. Oh, is that why? Or too many slugs on the ship there?
Yeah.
Yeah, as compiling says, the Lanius on a 2-tile ship could be quite a substantial improvement, but when we're boarding with 2 other crew, it's slightly working against us, at least in many situations.
It'll be boring. Boring and straightforward. Just win the fights. The slug is basically a reloader. Hold. And now we have cloaking for potential pad situation. Definitely hold on to money now.
The main takeaway here is if we were not sure that we could buy hacking at the store, we would not buy the Mantis, I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, spicy fight.
That was pretty spicy.
All right. Well, first we
Is
see.
it? Don't we just kill them?
And let's say hack our teleporter.
Yeah, it won't happen. I have a positive thoughts about this. I've learned that from the USR.
Also, how dangerous are the missiles to our crew?
So
Can we kill them fast enough so it doesn't even matter?
That's what I was just thinking about with cloaking too.
like pre-cloak to buy as much time as possible.
That's pretty interesting because we do not have 100% evasion. What are the odds they double target Clone Bay? They don't need to because the first one is an Artemis. Sorry, the one on the top is an Artemis. The second one, we're in sector 3, right?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
only 5 power max.
So it's Artemis burst laser 2 Leto, we think, or
That's-
Leto burst laser, Artemis burst laser 2 left to right.
Yeah.
How can I tell? Because if a weapon system is more than 2 power, then the first weapon generated must use at least 2 power.
And this is weapon slot 1. I mean, I
Yeah.
guess we'll math it out and see.
My feeling is that if we board here, we kill them before we can get in. Our crew can get in trouble. But probably not before the Leto fires. Oh, no? And there's the instant teleporter reset,
Yeah, so good. Good.
which we don't need, but
Right.
just for people watching.
Good thing we bought a Mantis and not a Slug, so we got through that fast enough.
True.
Well, there's a consideration actually that evaluation could be affected even by the sector that you're in.
Oh yeah, Rack is right. Like
Because
if
speed
we
matters a lot more in these specific fights right now than it tends to matter through most of the game.
Let's do the stun bomb test here.
Oh
we were
yeah,
talking about
the
before.
test that Burrito was suggesting. We were gonna what? Stun bomb Clone Bay?
Yeah, and then jump, right?
What would be really ballsy would be to do it with a dead crew in it, but let's not.
I mean, could that affect how it works? For being a crew.
Well, the one thing it
Dice.
could affect is we'd see when it resets. Like, does it reset instantly, like at the start of the 2-second jump period, or is it at the end of the 2-second jump period? Because you have 3 seconds grace while crew are dying. And I think the answer we've just seen is it doesn't reset at least until after the jump period, and maybe it doesn't reset at all.
Science craft dock with link ships. Okay, you could get a weapon.
Bro, are you using third-party software?
Using what?
A third-party site to look up information?
Talking about? I just decided to look over at this side of the room for a reason. For no reason. It's just I was admiring the wallpaper. Good. It's nice. Taupe.
But this is just some banter between us. In reality, we know all the events perfectly.
Yeah,
That's
we're
how good we are at the game.
trying to, like, you know, seem more like the common FTL player, right? And
Yeah, that reminds me, I need to learn events better, and in order to do that, I want to make a massive amount of video content to teach myself.
you could just ask Thomas to make an event quiz. Just like know what all the outcomes and blue options are. Events.
But the main thing I want to know better about events isn't actually the outcomes, because you can look those up. Well, it's just nice not to need to look up as much.
Hmm.
I want to learn the distribution.
Oh.
Did we?
So you can
Oh,
know
yes,
if it's
we-
better to take
It
a
did not
Nebula
reset.
beacon or a regular one or a distress beacon, for example.
Yeah. And also for sector choices.
That would be very handy. And Burrito would thank you as well.
Like, I have a pretty good idea of quite a few things in this area, but I feel there are large gaps as well. Because there's just so much information to consider.
There is a burst laser here.
There is a burst laser. There's also a Hermes. So we could sell these two and pick up burst laser, so we have 5 shots, but still don't have hacking at that point. Or we could get the Hermes for our boarding support.
If you should get some tough fluffing. Breach is interesting. I don't know how I feel about it here, but it's interesting.
I mean, it's still 3 power. And time is, what, 22 seconds versus 13, right?
Yeah, and it also means you have to remove something else from your bar if you slot it.
I need a second. I'll be right back, sir.
All right. Yeah, part of me just prefers going Hermes here, and is like, okay, so I see 2 options here. Both Breach and Hermes be wrong. You got it. Well, we wouldn't have both. I would just have one or the other. And yeah, like that we sell this for 32, so that we essentially are spending 5, right? Yeah, so we're spending 13 scrap to fire 8 seconds faster.
Yeah, it probably makes sense to, if you're going to go with one of them, to upgrade the Breach into the Hermes.
So you have that option, or you go burst laser and you just have like this traditional kind of weapon setup. So
we have 4 shots and heavy laser in sector 3 onwards.
Yeah, so you're really going to be dealing with 3 shielded ships anyways. So without hacking yet, it feels like the Hermes gives us a far better opportunity of dealing with annoying enemy weapons than anything else.
We have 4 strong borders and a stun bomb. How afraid are we of enemies?
Well, that's true. I could just be better about stun bombing.
Like we can still stun them in shields, go punch down weapons, or kill them quickly and just a stun bomb on their medical unit. So how much do we really need another support weapon?
Well, stun bomb on their medical unit. We had to
The
prevent them from getting
difference
there.
for me is that one of the missiles does a lot more against enemy weapons, whereas stun bomb is more of a pure support weapon. Also, Racker's talking about DNA bank. I think that can absolutely be a consideration.
Yeah, DNA bank is an interesting pickup. I'm hesitant against it for just 2 reasons. One, because I already have like the level 2 clone bay. Like, I think you would pick it up if you hadn't gotten to like level 2 yet, because then it's just like, oh, it's like a little bit more money, but it is massively more beneficial in terms of like safety micro stuff and losing it. And yeah, then you can just like sell it back. But we also are already running 2 augments, and that potentially be a concern. So like, I perceive it just like 4 shots and a heavy laser going up against 3 shielded ships is asking a lot, even with distractions. Where if we Hermes, in theory, we could Hermes, cloak their volley, Hermes again. Hey, Gloria.
And especially that sort of thing becomes more effective with upgraded cloaking.
Yeah. And Farb's not here, so we'll sell stun bomb while Farb's not watching. I think that's respectable.
It will feel like a dagger in his back.
Where I've warmed up to backup DNA bank, which, like, if you go back years, I would just never have bought, is it it can be really good in the nastiest auto ship fights. Because generally speaking, the most dangerous auto ship fights are the ones where you want to board the most
Right.
because you want to punch down their weapons, but they're the ones that are most likely to kill your crew. So I've definitely warmed up to it for that. It's not something I prioritize a great deal either, but it's decent.
Yeah, and I think, and as Record points out, it sells for 20, so we hit 60, and then we could still buy hacking value-wise, and then we have bypass, Hermes, and all the systems that we need to win. So, sure.
Another boarding
It's
ship,
essentially a
auto ship.
20 scrap investment to get rid of some nasty downsides.
Yeah.
So it's totally fine. And we're quite good up in this run. We have accumulated a lot of scrap,
If we
I feel
had
like.
2 Lanius, then I don't think I would really be looking at the DNA bank.
I think that's fair.
I'm not saying we should have 2 Lanius, I'm just saying with 2 Lanius...
Oh,
kind of
I
the
read
DNA
between the
bank-
lines there. You totally think we should have the double
The
lanyard.
DNA bank kind of gives you the same thing that 2 Lanius does do for me with auto ship fights.
Yeah.
Because you can just stick crew and weapons and not worry about them. Actually, 2 Lanius are better because they
take
just
further
stay in weapons
master.
forever.
All right. Asteroid field. Feel like this. Doesn't this fight feel safe? Cloaking.
That's an example of what I was talking about earlier, where you can be so convinced of something for quite a long time, and then if you keep an open mind and just allow yourself to reconsider things at times, then you can find that you change your view quite a bit.
Yeah.
At least that's what happened to me many, many times.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Got distracted, but I'm all good.
Nothing eventful really happened. We got the breach missile, so we swapped it for a Hermes and bought a backup DNA bank.
Gotcha.
That was helpful in some potentially dangerous situations, but it didn't remove our ability to get hacking. So.
Right. Don't hate it.
Yep, that's it. That's definitely all that happened. I had so much rush to stay back in the day and helpful. Give them 5 missiles. Not like super reliant on missiles. 15 sounds like a bit much. We get double
5
rewards.
seems good. 15 sounds like too much.
And this does nothing. Alright, hey. It's good. Next sector. Mantis or Zoltan. I prefer Mantis controlled here. Even if it's only one store. I don't like getting baited by Zoltan homeworlds and Zoltan
Maybe
Shield.
obvious to a lot of players in chat, but just worth noting, it is not completely safe to go to a Zoltan sector just because you have a bypass.
Very true.
Especially
It's a
when
good
the
thing that
worst
we have the
Zoltan
stun
sector in
bomb
the-
to get past the shields.
Sorry, say again?
It's good that we still have the stun bomb to get past their shields.
Way to be cool,
Especially when
Thomas.
it's the worst Zoltan sector in the game, which is Sector 4.
That's spooky.
Yeah. Mantis.
Sector 4 specifically because that's when bombers and hackers appear first.
Alright,
It's an okay layout.
1, 2, 3.
I think we get to see all of them.
Actually, we could jump 1, 2, 5. Should be okay. Okay. Anybody wants anything else to upgrade? Sector 4 is like, it is the sector I die the most in. Like, the Sector 4 and Sector 1 are just the most dangerous. The jump to 3 shields is really nasty. It introduces, like, you know, abandoned sectors get gross, Zoltans get gross. You run into slugs, which in certain, like, unprepared circumstances can be really brutal.
Oh yeah, Masala, that's right. And also hackers. And for example, you can get there's a border police event, and they can hack board you. There is a reason that no enemy ships have both hacking and teleporter.
That's gonna go into piloting. Part of me wants to split them up, like put 2 in shields and then put 2 in weapons and try and just punch them down. Like, safer.
Oh, there might have been a double board here.
Yeah, I was thinking, I thought this was gonna have 4 crew in it. Sector 4 Mantis, I was thinking that they would have 4 crew, and they didn't. If I used your website and looked it up, I would have known, but... Oh, okay. Well, that's amazing. If it stays down. It does. Okay. Stun bomb. Just need to hold off this and then doors when it goes into battery, I guess. Actually, cloaking when we're getting... Yeah, see? Stun bomb. You're right. They did. They did have a stun bomb.
They know what they're doing.
Oh, along with what Nirza was saying in chat, even though Zoltan sectors are frequently quite dangerous, I will often find myself going there anyway.
Okay, so we should fight.
Mostly
where?
for the 2 stores.
Okay, they're still... Are either of them trained? Okay. Gonna get there. That's fine. I would like to not reset my Elanius. But like border police. I've got messed up by border police like enough times to just, again, it's just like, I know it's only the one event, but well, there's that event, and then the fight in the asteroid field against like drone control Zoltan Shield. That thing is absolutely disgusting, and often be as bad or worse than border police.
Border police suck.
It's probably like far more doing this fight. This tension. 1 second. That's so annoying.
Really hard to win a fight in a med bay, at least a level 2 med bay, when there are 2 crew.
Yeah, I was able to snipe the crew returning back a little bit.
And yeah, as chat is saying, rebel sectors can be super dangerous, particularly 3 and 4.
Alright, now we'll, I don't know, the actual, like, shield distraction technique. I'm sorry, what? G, what?
I just fire up the lasers.
I can't get them to stop. I'm surprised that they're defending the medbay, but I guess that I haven't assigned 2 crew here so that they're not locked into the defense
Okay,
protocols yet.
healing. Once they start healing, they'll want to stay healing. It's too high priority a task.
But yeah, like them defending it here. Not apparently what I was expecting, but I hadn't actually put 2 crew over here.
There's definitely some weirdness with this, by the way. I have a repeatable example where it's not possible to pull crew out of, I think, weapons into shields.
Just actually shoot them, as Thomas suggested. Good idea. Civilian. Hey! Oh, also...
That's the kind of obvious advice I'm here to give.
It's important to not always get lost like in the weeds, I suppose. Supposed to have been a Ratman a while ago. Oh yeah, rebel sectors? Well, auto ships can have drones, riggers, disruptors both can have drones, and like drones are the worst. They're just, you know, again, one of those things where, you know, like missiles aren't great for players. They have a lot more use than I think they give credit for, but like enemy drones that just push back your shield system and set you up for taking just dumb amounts of damage. And particularly if you're going into like a Rebel Sector 3 or 4 and double offensive drones are a real possibility. Very, very bad things can happen. Drones are the worst. Yeah, just like, and then again, hazard fights make that. Or you're just getting pelted by shields, a combat one, a beam drone. I would look at it sort of the same way that I look at the Zoltan sectors, where it's just like, okay, I'm going to just start investing in my ship. Like maybe get a shield buffer point, not try to see sword. Plus, there's only going to be like 1.5 stores. There's just so much danger that you can get involved with. I'm gonna buy a reactor.
I think that's really important to know, like, when you need to do that stuff versus when it's just making yourself feel better.
Yeah, like I said, there's certain sectors. It's also like an idea I take from Hollows, like for the weaker boarding ships, is upgrading to level 2 teleporter when you have to like send numbers. So like if I'm going up against a rock sector or a mantis sector where I just like, all right, I'm gonna lose fights, then it might be really good idea to have that level 2 teleporter.
Right.
Do I want this distress hit this then back down?
It also
Gives me
gives
a
you a
total.
way to play around the teleporter hack if you don't have a Zoltan.
Oh, I haven't actually even seen
That's
this weekend. Honk if you love Sunbomb. That's all I would.
I'd honk.
I would like 70 jumps, please. I don't know, Mantis sectors have been hating on me of late.
Yeah, I don't know how good they are.
Got a human.
I think the main thing Teleporter 2 upgrade does,
We
outside
did
of like
agree on venting all the humans at the start of the run.
Did we
So,
all agree on that?
Bye bye, Ferry.
Okay, I have all these humans I have to vent now.
Or this is the time where you agree with my statement.
perfect timing. No, what I was saying though is I think Teleporter 2, the upgrade serves as kind of like what Crow was saying, in a situation where you do benefit from getting your borders over 5 seconds sooner when you're weak and need to have a little more control over fights, and that like timer idea that boarding ships tend to run on, I think it becomes irrelevant. But it's also difficult when you're playing a certain way to find yourself in that position where you actually like need to make that call of, okay, I need to get borders over faster. But they do exist.
Yeah, Teleporter 2 is rarely something I prioritize very much, but it's also something that I think is worth thinking about as a possible upgrade path.
Yeah, same.
How do I actually want to hold this down? Because they're all funneling this way. I really would like not to reset my Mantis. But I probably don't have... Get...
Well, with the human, we could put the Lania indoors and just board with Rock Mantis, Mantis human too. Oh, I didn't even realize we had another NG.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Just putting the Lanias on doors to avoid these situations in the future.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of door Lanias.
Stop it. Quit it. Hey. Alright. Is there a store? No. I'm gonna roll it. Good venting there, Crow. That was absolutely brilliant.
It's perfect.
That makes more sense. Should have done that in the first place. Save crew positions. The actual hardest thing to do in FTL, as everybody knows. Nope. Alright.
That trade that Pro just reflexively refused is a good example of great value and bad strategy. If you'd taken the other choice, if you'd, you could have had 3 less fuel and 3 more drone parts. Great from a scrap perspective in theory.
Yeah, 9 versus
But
18.
you have loads of drone parts that you're not using and you need fuel.
24. Single digit fuel never feels good. I generally like to sit around 13, 14 fuel. If I think I'm going to need more, maybe push towards like 15. If I, see like a bunch of purple sectors or red sectors, I'm like, all right, well, some of those are going to be only like 1 store. Nice. Nice. Okay, so the pulsar, which by the way, you should totally watch Mike's video on pulsars. That completely changed my approach to them because it explains how they work.
Imagine knowing how things working being good. Nice. This is why I like door laners right here.
Oh, they were going to double board anyway, weren't they? Because they have 4 crew.
Shh. Awesome. Brilliant play. Wow. Fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is, Raka. I find the times you want to depower shields and weapons to be like super intense.
So what? I'm trying to cloak this, get them in the weapons, hopefully take this offline.
This, I think, is a case where, not that I think it'll end up mattering, but you could guarantee the missile goes offline before it can fire.
Yeah,
Well, I
like
mean,
that
I'm not
too.
saying now.
Oh,
but
apparently it's a
if
breach
you
missile.
If you rotated through shields.
Oh, the 3 crew. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking to just like use pulsar to shoot them, but yeah, no, that's.
But you should be fine anyway.
Uh-oh.
What just happened?
You're getting hit by a missile? I don't know what that Discord sound was.
Oh. Well, we were only 80% to chance to dodge. The doors. Okay.
Yeah, that's kind of what I do, Raka.
Oh, right, Clone Bay. Right, the Clone Bay, Crow. Maybe pay a little bit of attention. Just a bit, just a skosh.
It was on purpose.
Oh, there's also the fun of pulsars and clone bays and resetting your crew.
Yeah, we always can though, right? With the right timing.
With level 2 clone bay, you can always attempt it safely, but you may have to bail.
Gotcha.
With level 3, you're just fine no matter what.
Right.
Or of course if you have. Oh yeah, we've got backup DNA, so we're fine.
Oh, you ruined
Oh,
it!
yeah,
I was
true.
just gonna swing it, and then like hoped everyone forgot. It would have been amazing. Bro, what
What's
are you
up, Pig?
doing?
I just wanted to talk about the interesting stuff. Does flashing weapons stop them being ionized in the pulsar? No, it's just that it would only be for reducing how long your weapons were down.
Oh no, the crew! Oh my god, they're dying. Please no.
No, it's already ruined. Don't try to
And of
get the
course,
moment back. It's
sometimes
gone.
you might not want to flash weapons because you want to keep one weapon online or something, and the others might be enough of a buffer. That was all I think.
Yeah. It's not so much that it stops them from being ionized, it's just lessens how much they get ionized by. And so, yeah, it's a call where it's like, okay, so, you know, it's the amount of power in the system plus 2, and then that total divided by 2 is how much the system gets ionized. So we could have, like, rotated our weapons like this, and then if they got hit, the chain laser goes offline, but the heavy laser would have stayed up. Or we could have taken them both offline, and if that it still got hit, but that only takes them offline for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, and as Raka says, sometimes there can be issues with timing your volley as well.
And with pause, you can really just be like, all right, am I going to leave my shield up so that it absorbs it to lessen the chance of hitting anything else? Rotate your weapons, and then decide whether a weapon rotation is good enough or if you're just going to depower them. Sometimes I just roll it like it's like, well, it's no difference. Hey, hello.
Yo, Hollow. What's up, dude?
Hello, hello.
Yo, Hollow and NGs, welcome.
Raiders.
But yeah, here's another thing we didn't talk about at the store with the DNA bank. We can clone our crew at Pulsar. Kind of nice.
It is.
Without having to jump away if we run out of time. We can definitely clone them.
Yeah, welcome all. So, as you probably see up there, Fard, MikeHopley, and Thomas have joined me in this run where we're just going super in depth about either the run or other elements of FTL.
We're kind of winging it on this one. Like, we didn't have a super clear plan about what we wanted to do, but
Crow, your
I think that's fine.
break text is up for whatever reason.
Oh,
now.
why'd that happen? Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, this fight is kind of gross. I don't like it. So my plan would be to board the Lanius, punch their level 2 piloting down, and then missile their weapons, and have a fairly safe fight after that.
Yeah, they're running too.
Why board with just Alanius?
Oh, I guess I do have backup DNA bank, don't I? Just forgot the thing that we used last time. Oh, well, it doesn't matter now, because I already microed that like a champ.
But this could be a good example of a fight where having DNA bank is pretty nice. They're running, they have a weapon that can take out our clone bay. Their other weapons can also hurt us. So potentially the ability to board without any risk of losing crew might be relevant.
Okay.
Anyways.
I don't think I've ever seen a line of crew like that on an auto ship.
conga line.
Yeah, I was thinking exactly the same thing.
I'm trying to do new things.
I like it.
Same.
And I punch this down in time. Anytime. Oh, I should probably, I don't know, call my crew back. Yeah, again, it's so different. Like, normally when I'm playing, it's just, I'm playing, right? And it's just like the one voice in my head. And
Wait, you're only supposed to have one voice in your head?
question isn't how many voices are in Farb's head, it's how many of them do tell them to get the stun bomb. Is there like one out there that's fighting the good fight still?
They tell me not to say.
Okay. Hey, it's a store. And I win. Come on. There we go.
Nice.
Alright, well, that was fun. I had a good time, had a lot of
Oh,
laughs.
are we done with this run now?
Yep.
Oh, the Mantis boarding, you mean?
Oh, by the Mantis border?
This is actually something we were talking about before this stream. Is one thing we could do is not complete runs.
It's true.
I don't know how chat feels about it, what people want to do, but one of the things we could do is get to a point where a run is stabilized, or even at this point is just, you could argue, winning, and you don't have to complete it.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
But also, I feel like Crow should have like the deciding vote because he's the player.
Oh, I don't. This isn't even my run. Like, it's by committee, and you know that it's cool for like the purposes, but it's not like it's gonna count towards like my winning or losing overall. Like,
Oh,
can't
sure,
even
sure. I just
imagine-
meant you're putting up with us, so I think you should get to decide what you feel like doing.
No, we could do something else. We could do a non-boarding run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be down for like Stealth C or something.
Yeah, I
Again,
don't have much
NGC
interest
still
in this
still a
run anymore.
possibility. Just throwing that out there. It is a ship that does exist.
What is?
GC at the end.
Oh, I missed it.
Go to the hangar. And
Yes.
do Stealth C.
Sure.
Sure.
This is kind of talking about engagement and stuff earlier. I find myself playing runs and getting to this point and being like, meh, I'll continue later. And then the next time I start up FTL, it's like, do I really want to continue this? And end up playing a new run.
Classic. Stealth Cena. All right.